all of you to this national seminar on AI in combating misinformation, advancing fact-checking practices, organized by Sharda School of Media, Film and Entertainment in collaboration with Jagran New Media. It is an honor to be your host today. I'm Dr. Shrinkla Upadhyay, and I will be your guide through today's event. We're thrilled to have such a distinguished group of scholars, experts, and participants joining us for what promises to be a very enriching experience. We have a wonderful lineup of speakers and sessions ahead, wherein we will dive into how artificial intelligence is transforming the landscape of misinformation management as well as fact-checking. So let's begin today's proceeding with the lighting of a lamp. I would request our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, sir, all our distinguished guests, and Dean ma'am to please light the lamp. Thank you so much, all our esteemed guests. I would now like to invite Dean ma'am, Dean SSMFE Professor Dr. Ritu Sood, to give a brief welcome to the gathering, and then we will move to the felicitation of the guests.
Good morning, everyone. And on behalf of Sharda University, I am very grateful to Jagran News Media for organizing this seminar. Today we live in the world of fake news, lots of fake news coming in daily. So as journalists and future media professionals and professionals, we should look at the ethical and accuracy. That is what we should be looking at, and that's what we'll be learning throughout the day. So thank you, Rajesh ji, for bringing this to Sharda University. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words. I would like you to stay on stage, please. And I would also like to invite our co-convener and a collaborator, Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay, Editor-in-Chief, Jagran New Media, and our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, sir, Mr. Y.K. Gupta, to please come on the stage and felicitate the guests of the day. Thank you so much, sir. And the first guest that we have here with us is Dr. Tavpritesh Sethi, the Professor IIIT Delhi. May I please call upon the stage and may I have a huge round of applause for Mr. Dr. Tavpritesh Sethi. It is a pleasure to have you with us, Dr. Sethi. May we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Sethi. Thank you so much. The next guest we have with us is Dr. Santosh Patra, who's a professor at MICA, Ahmedabad. Welcome, sir. A huge round of applause for Dr. Sethi. Thank you so much. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Santosh Patra, professor at MICA. Thank you, Dr. Patra, for taking out time for us today and being here to enlighten the audience. Next, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Swapnil Mehta, founder of Simple. Thank you so much. He's traveled long distances to come and meet us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to call upon stage our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, sir, to just say a few words and enlighten our audience.
It's really a matter of immense pleasure. The Sharda School of Film, Media and Entertainment Academy is organizing this national conference, which is very, very important topic of today. And on this occasion, we have with us a person from industry, a person from corporate world, Mr. Sudhir, Mr. Subin Sudhir from IIM Indore. I once again welcome you to this institute. Dr. Sethi from IIT Delhi, and Santosh K. Patra from MICA Ahmedabad, and young and Swapnil Mehta, who has done great work and having exposure of international from Cambridge, MIT, and Harvard, just now when I was interacting with him. So much of change is going on, where we see the technology is playing very, very important role of today. In our time, this kind of technology was not there. A very conventional thing was there. Now the entire thing has changed. So it is very important for our students of this university to learn the technology is playing very, very important role for everyday work which we do it. As AI, now today all presentation which we see, it's all prepared by AI. You just feed some data and automatically the entire presentation comes. A part of this business intelligence, BI software, that also if you use it, and the work which we do it earlier in our time, that work is now getting done by 5 to 10 minutes. So much of software and AI is playing so much of important role now in 21st century. But on the other hand, we also should see the issues of fake information, whether the information is right or wrong, and how we will address these kind of issues. That's a challenge for the industry nowadays. The government of India is also working very hard because now all our banking system, accounting system are all digitized. The day was there when we used to go to banker, deposit the money, getting the clearing of the check. Now by fraction of you can transfer the money. And so much of cybercrime is happening. So we have in our university, the Department of Cybercrime is also there. So how we will address these kind of issues in 21st century, I'm sure the guest speaker, those have done great research in this area, will give lots of new input to all of you, how we will, by the time you pass out it, you will have great clarity in your mind these kind of issues and fake informations come, and this is the way we all should address it. And today's whatever we learn today, tomorrow something new is happening. So it is our continuous process that every day we learn something new. And blessings of God now, the information all are available in digital world. So it is important what Trump is saying it, and when I see other video on his day before yesterday when he was taking the oath as a 47th president of US, and some other information come to me, which I could able to see that's a fake information. Same face and same communication, and it is difficult to identifying whether that Trump is, it is the real information or it is the fake information. So I came to know some workshop is also going to be happen on this today, and it will give lots of new input to all of you. I wish you great success of this conference, and all my dear students are going to get lots of new insight in this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, without any further delay, we are going to hear a few words about the seminar in itself and the purpose it serves. I would like to invite, and before inviting, I would like to briefly introduce to you what the man of the hour with us, Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay. He's a seasoned journalist, editor, and IFCN and GNI certified fact-checking expert. Currently, he holds the position of editor-in-chief and executive president at Jagran New Media. Over his illustrious career, he has had key roles at Hindustan Media Ventures, DB Corp, where he significantly transformed the digital platforms such as livehindustan.com and danikbhaskar.com, elevating their user bases from single-digit millions to achieving 3-digit million reach. He has spearheaded the launch and relaunch of several editions of leading newspapers and is renowned for his pioneering efforts in media institutions and innovations. So without further ado, I would like to call Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay on stage. And first, to felicitate Mr. Rajesh, I would like to call upon stage our Dean SSMFE, Dr. Dhruv sir, and the co-convener of the session, Dr. Shishir Kumar Singh, to please come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay. I would also like to call our Pro-Chancellor, sir, Shri Vaike Gupta ji, to please come and felicitate Mr. Rajesh. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for being on the stage and felicitating, sir. So without further ado, I would like to give hand over the mic to Mr. Rajesh to tell us what this seminar is all about. Sir, please.
Namaste. Good morning, everyone. We are humbled to have the esteemed blessings of our Honorable Pro-Chancellor Vaike Gupta, sir. Thank you. It's so fantastic to see you all here, Dr. Sethi, Dr. Patra, and Dr. Swapnil. You know, uh, sometimes things don't go as planned. So मैं just inform कर रहा हूँ. Unfortunately, Dr. Subin Sudhir slipped and injured himself this morning. But good thing is that maybe he can join us online. I think we all know why we are here. We are here to talk about AI, right? And how it's changing the whole game when it comes to fight misinformation especially. Did you know? Almost 86% of internet users, 86%, they have been all tricked by misinformation at some point, right? Means that's almost everyone. And it's a big problem. We need to tackle it head on. So, misinformation, whether it's done on purpose or by mistake, it's a real danger. It's a break our trust, create fights, and even can be bad for our health. Just remember what happened during COVID. But here's the thing. The world of information is changing fast. With a new generation AI, everything is different, it's exciting, full of possibilities, but also risky. Just last June, I was in Bosnia, listening to Nobel Prize winner Maria Ressa. She was talking about how digital media is collapsing, like right now. But before that, I was in Dubai, and Sam Altman was live, talking about AI and later AGI, artificial general intelligence. It felt like two different worlds. So where do we go? What future do we want? AI is powerful, no doubt, but let's be honest, it's not perfect. It can be biased, and sometimes it misses those small things that we humans understand. That's why we need fact-checking and verification more than ever. We need that human touch, the critical thinking, to make sure things are accurate and fair. It can be a great help, but it can't be replace us completely. We have to use it responsibly, ethically, to support the truth, not misinformation. We are at crossroads. We can use AI as our partner, or we can get lost and spread even more in misinformation. I think we all know the right path, right? And that's why we are so lucky to have these amazing experts with us. So get ready and learn from the West. But before I hand over the mic, I just want to say something. As an experience of as a fact checker, AI learns from the data, and data doesn't always correct. So always double check. Do your own research, especially with big claims and numbers. Make sure AI knows what it's talking about. For example, in the US, Apple tried AI to summarize news, but they had stop. Why? Newspaper said AI was changing the meaning of their articles. So please remember, AI is still learning. It can miss those little things that we humans get. So be critical, ask questions, find out how the AI was built and what it learned from. My views as fact checker is just one perspective. Now it's time to hear from the real masters who are pushing the limits of Gen AI. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and just letting us know what this seminar is all about. And now, before beginning the sessions, I would like to give you a special treat. Let's take a moment to enjoy the cultural performance brought to you by our talented students. So I would like to please invite our talented dancer with a huge round of applause. Music, please.
Kathak from North India, known for its stunning footwork, spins, and storytelling through movement. Next is Rabindra Nritya, inspired by the poetry of Rabindranath Tagore from Bengal, where classical and folk styles blend in graceful, soulful dance. Bharatnatyam, hailing from South India, follows with its precise gestures, intricate footwork, and divine storytelling that's simply mesmerizing.
शिवदूती स्वरूपेण श्रद्धे पुष्टि स्वदे ध्रुवे लक्ष्मी लज्जे महाविद्ये श्रद्धे पुष्टि स्वदे ध्रुवे महारात्रि महाविद्ये भैरवी नमोस्तुते मेधे विद्यावरे भूति अब्रवी महाकाली नियते त्वं प्रसीदेशे भैरवी नमोस्तुते.
Now experience the creative freedom of semi-classical dance, a fusion of traditional movements and modern interpretations. Finally, Odissi from Odisha captivates with its sculptural poses, graceful movements, and devotional themes.
Thank you so much, students, for the beautiful performance. May we have a huge round of applause for all of them. They've put in a lot of efforts to put a great show for you. Thank you so much. Just give us a moment. We just need to put a couple of chairs for our panelists and speakers. So just give us a moment, please. प्रीत बेटा इसको थोड़ा लाइन करते थोड़ा अच्छे से अभी सब तो ऊपर ही बैठेंगे तो प्रीतेश से नहीं
वाईफाई चाहिए आप इस पे नहीं है क्या मतलब आपके डेस्कटॉप पे नहीं है
मैं डाउन इसी में हॉटस्पॉट से डाउनलोड कर देती हूँ
बैटरी है तो
लोगों की है ना ये देश से No, no, they'll come here. They'll make the arrangements. एक बार वो कर लीजिए सेटिंग का ना
चार लोग का पांच लोग को
चार ही तो बैठने थे
है ना दो चेयर कम करा दो
राजू से को दिखा
नहीं बोल रहे हैं हाँ तो पांच
तो
लोग
बैठ के जाएंगे
हाँ ठीक है एक कम करो
जगह है भी मैं उनको चिंता सबसे पहले आई लास्ट टू सेंड द पीपीटी टू मी
लिखना पावर आ गया यस
माइक देखना चल रहा है
आउटपुट भी देनी है इसकी
किसको
हाँ
धीमी है
हाँ जाएगी
आ जाएगी
चेक चेक
आउटपुट जाएगी इधर जाए स्क्रीन हो जाएगा इधर स्क्रीन हो जाएगा
जाना है
कह तो रहे हैं
किसका है ये लैपटॉप
आपका लैपटॉप आपका है
Hello.
Hello. Yes. May I please request all our guests, Dr. Tavpritesh Sethi, Dr. Santosh Patra, and Dr. Swapnil Mehta to please come on the stage. May we have a huge round of applause. Thank you for patiently waiting for us. Thank you. So our first speaker of the day is Dr. Tavpritesh Sethi, Associate Professor in the Department of Computational Biology and the founding head of Center of Excellence in Healthcare at IIIT Delhi. His area of expertise lies at the interface of computer science and healthcare. He was a visiting faculty at Stanford University for 2 years in Stanford's Medicine Department of Biomedical Informatics Research. He's a Sigma Phi Psi Fellow and has been a Fellow of DBT/Wellcome India Alliance and is also a Kavli Fellow. His research interest is in integrating social determinants of health into infectious and non-communicable diseases for developing AI solutions. He has also developed early warning symptoms in pediatric and neonatal ICUs and for COVID-19. He is also working on a WHO Alliance-sponsored project on building decision support. He serves on the Scientific Advisory Committee of ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology, and ICMR, National Institute of Occupational Health. Thank you so much for taking our time. We are honored to have you here on stage. So, sir, I would please like you to come over here and present our students and our other guests, enlighten us on the issue. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. First of all, Jagran New Media and Sharda University. So I'll just give this access. I think this video won't play unless I give all right, should have been done now. Thank you. So thank you, Rajeshji, for having me here and the kind invitation. My area of interest and work basically is healthcare at IIIT Delhi. I have a medical background and been focusing on using AI and computer science for impacting the healthcare space, starting from India. Today I'm going to, in the next 20 minutes, basically discuss about a very specific area that in our lab that we have been also looking at, and that is the use of AI to combat something called infodemic, right? So it's a very small part of what we do in our lab. We also work in developing systems that predict, for example, which baby is going to crash in the next 24 hours with things like sepsis in the ICU, or how does the state of AMR look in the Indian setting, and so on. But today, I'm going to just focus on this particular aspect because that's the key area of discussion that we want to initiate today, right? So infodemic is a new term, although it's a new term, but it has been going on since a long time. And it impacts our health in a very real manner, okay? So AI actually brought a boon when COVID-19 came. You can't probably read the date at the back. It says 25th of January 2020. Okay, we still did not have any name for this virus yet. We were still calling it the Wuhan virus. We did not know that it was a coronavirus, right? But there was an AI algorithm which was basically developed by a company called Blue Dot, based in Canada. Kamran Khan is the founder. He's a pediatrician, doctor, turned data scientist. And what they did was basically they used AI and predicted 7 days before the CDC alerted the world and 10 days before the WHO alerted the world that a new pandemic is coming. Now, this is a boon for health systems because we can actually be proactive, right? This is an early warning system. We can tell early that something is coming up, we need to be prepared. Let me just close this here, right? But then with this also came the bane of AI, right? And what also became apparent was the misinfodemic, right? There was a lot of misinformation. For example, can drinking vinegar prevent COVID-19 or something like that, right? A lot of false news and misinformation also started spreading. And we live in an information age, as we all know, right? And it's very hard to understand what is correct and what is not correct. And that's where fact-checking actually comes in, right? So if you look at this early paper that was published in the Cell Press, Trends in Microbiology, the COVID-19 misinfodemic was not new. It has been happening in HIV. People have been spreading fake news about how to prevent HIV and so on. But what was new was the scale at which this happened, right? The scale at which we were consuming information in from the digital space was actually unprecedented. And that was coupled with the fact that there was a lockdown. So everybody was on their mobile phones, everybody was on their computers, and we were online and just ingesting all this information, right? So this was a new phenomenon, that the scale at which the misinfodemic actually spread faster than the pandemic itself. And this is published, this is not something that is made up, that the misinfodemic led to some real healthcare challenges. So we decided to work in this space early on, and a more recent news, not so recent, I mean, 2 years in AI is very, I would say, not new. So in November 2023, there was a paper published, and I'll show that paper in a little bit, in one of these top venues in medicine called JAMA, Internal Medicine, which basically what they did was they created a lot of misinformation using large language models like ChatGPT, right? And this is the paper, basically targeted as a special communication, which says that health disinformation use case highlighting the urgent need for AI vigilance. Now we know that there is pharmacovigilance, right? Once a drug is discovered, it goes into the market, and then we have to actually track, is it causing some bad effects or not, right? That's pharmacovigilance. Now this is a new term, new phenomena that we actually need to have, like pharmacovigilance, something called AI vigilance. And this is not being published by a communications venue. This is being published by JAMA Internal Medicine, which means that the medical community is taking note that misinformation has some very real health side effects, health effects that we need to, otherwise, typically medical community did not care about the internet so much for a very long time, but now we know that it is a real challenge, right? So AI vigilance is very important, especially when we look at from the perspective of health. What did they do? They actually generated, within an hour or so, about 102 blog articles, which were all fake, right? Which were coercive, which means that they actually could lead to even experts thinking, oh, it is actually the right information, right? And to start taking action. And more than 17,000 words that were related to vaccines and vaping, all fake information. So you can imagine that a large language model, GPT or any other language model, can within an hour generate 102 articles, blog articles, that can go out on the internet and lead to consumption of this fake information, right? And basically then they say that in 2 such scenarios, one for vaping and vaccination and so on, they were able to show that we need guardrails, right? We need vigilance tools. So what will happen now is youngsters like you who are getting trained, who also understand new media, who also understand AI and engineering, a new cadre of people will start coming in, which will be checking misinformation, right? Using AI itself, right? And that is, I think, So careers are going to change going forward, and all that will come into picture. But I would like to take some examples from what we did in our lab. I'll switch gears, and next 10 minutes, I'm just going to show how you can actually use AI in a better manner. Everybody says, oh, AI is bad. Large language models can create a lot of misinformation, but what can we do about it, right? Can we use AI to actually do the reverse thing? To first understand, right, what leads to the spread of misinformation. And we all know that emotions carry misinformation, right? If you want to transmit some information in the most effective way, you actually use emotional content, right? So we published this paper very early on in 2020, where we showed that if we look at what Twitter was saying in 2020, okay, this is way back. So, and there was no ChatGPT that time, no foundation models. We were still talking about models like transformers and BERT and word2vec, right? And we used such kind of models to understand the emotion content of a tweet, okay? If I look at a tweet, I can actually classify that tweet in terms of, does that contain emotion of, for example, emergency, okay? Or does it have an emotion about death? Or does it have an emotion about, let's say, nervousness, anxiety, optimism, sympathy? All these are emotions, right? So these days, there's a field called psychometrics, which can understand, and this is also not new. All marketing companies actually use these kind of approaches where we understand what is the emotion content of a certain, let's say, digital content, right? So we said that, can we understand what is the emotion content of a tweet? What is the emotion content of what the state bulletins are saying, right? And what is the coupling between them? So for example, if government is sending out content which might look anxious, how do people react to it? And what ensues later on, right? And we actually showed in this paper that there is indeed a strong coupling between the two. And that's bidirectional. For some emotions, what was being said in the state bulletins actually affected what was being discussed on Twitter. And it was also the other way around, which is actually slightly more worrisome, right? People discussing things on Twitter can lead to change in policies without actually, and that was, I think, what we said, and this was published in Frontiers in Communication at that point of time. We looked at different states and how most of the states had the same kind of, so this is called a radar plot, like a needle on the on your petrol tank, right? Basically, it shows which emotion is the most important emotion at this point of time, and so on. So we found that mostly these were emotions about medical emergency, nervousness, anxiety that were being used. But then there was also some states like government-related emotions were more dominant and so on. So there were differences, but majorly a lot of similarities. And then we asked a question, really, this is okay, we understood that there's emotion coupling, but does it really lead to any real-world effect, right? Does it lead to change in behaviors in people? And that's when we worked on vaccine hesitancy, because at that point of time, there was talk about vaccination, vaccines were being produced, and a vaccine got approved, right, in 2021, around April. So at that point of time, we were looking at what is the hesitancy about vaccines on social media, and what are the real-world outcomes. This is also published study, published in JMIR Infodemiology in 2023, where we actually showed that before the vaccine was actually announced and rolled out, hesitancy was going up. Everybody was talking, oh, phase 3 clinical trials, phase 2 clinical trials, and so on. As soon as vaccine actually rollout started and people started taking, we saw that this changed. So which means that basically we can quantify. For example, if you are a policy maker, right, you want vaccine hesitancy to be less for an effective vaccine. So you can devise AI models that can help reduce this kind of hesitancy. Similarly, you can devise AI models that can help you understand what should I do for a new virus that is coming, or let's say a new pandemic that we are encountered with. And this is the US data which was looking at contentment. Are people happy about it or not, okay? So that was the thing. And then we asked the question, are these universal? Are these emotion carriers universal in India and the US or the rest of the world? I'll skip some of the details, right? But a lot of vaccine data sets were available at that point of time. One from the Carnegie Mellon University in the US, anti-vax data, the co-AID data. We created our own data from our lab, and we basically labeled as misinformation and the right information from COVID-19. And we saw that there were some emotions that people were using differentially. If you had to spread misinformation about vaccine, you would use disgust, or you would use joy or anticipation. Not much fear. This tells us that what is misinformation riding on the back of, right? So to characterize the carriers of misinformation is also important if you want to mitigate it. Why? Because then if a tweet is disgusting, right, you might want to actually raise your antenna and say, maybe I need to fact check on this more, right, than maybe some other emotion. And this would be different for different diseases or different strategies, but we need to devise AI systems that could do this on the fly and tell this is more likely to be a fake news, this is more likely to be a real thing. Okay, I'll skip some of these, but we show that actually this played out hand in hand with how the cases were rising and misinformation was spreading. The red line is cases, the blue line is emotions, okay? And you can see that these are not random, okay? We can actually calculate in a precise manner the emotion content of these tweets and so on. So what did we do to mitigate this? Early on, and this is my last 5 minutes, basically where we devised something called Wash Karo, okay? And this was an application which was one of the first applications around the world that used AI to mitigate misinformation. We called it right information to the right people in the right format at the right time. So this was basically based on WHO and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. What we did was we used AI to fact check, okay? And essentially use AI engines, not large language models. At that time, there were no large language models. Use language models and small language models to summarize, to compare. How well does it summarize and match with what WHO or Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is saying in terms of facts? And then a group of 7 clinicians actually validated these similarity scores, and that was given out to the public in the form of text-to-speech, right? So audio bites of information. Summarized, small audio bites of information. Instead of you going through WHO reports, who reads WHO reports? Even clinicians don't, right? So summarized audio bites of these information were provided early on in 2020. And then you can say thumbs up or thumbs down. What our AI systems actually learned was, as was said before, we may be wrong many times because AI can be wrong, right? AI can not, for example, give the entire content in what is the news about, right? But if you are doing your fact checking and giving thumbs up and thumbs down, and this is where human and AI collaboration comes in. If you can give thumbs up and thumbs down as an expert, AI systems can learn. That's what our data and our publication showed here, that over a period of 3 months, thumbs up and thumbs down led to an improvement of precision of our models in predicting whether it is right news or fake news. So this is actually artificial intelligence as an online deployment. And other things that we learned were that more females were engaging with the app in Hindi. It's a bilingual app, was a bilingual app, Wash Karo. And more males were engaging in general. So things that we need to change in our strategies. So this was published in Scientific Reports in 2022. I'll skip this. What we are doing now is using similar strategies to target another pandemic that is already going on, and that is antibiotic resistance, AMR. Many of us actually just pop antibiotics at a very slight infection, and that is going to lead to a huge problem. WHO has said by 2050, more than 1 million people over a year will start dying just because of cuts and bruises because antibiotics will not work, because we would have developed resistance to that. That's what our data also shows. We worked in collaboration with the ICMR, all India data, nationwide, surprising and alarming trends in the rate of increase of antibiotic resistance. 0.25% month-on-month increase in resistance to imipenem in some of these challenging infections. Published this year in the Lancet Regional Health, Southeast Asia. You can go back and read. But even the world, for example, this green line here shows that the world is going towards alarming scenarios. So this is a loop that basically plays from 2014 to 2022. And the resistance is going up and up and up. Unless we do something, it will not change. And each of these points here is a country. Some countries are spiraling out of control. Some countries are contained. Can we make some right measures? That's what our AI model is showing here, and this was one of these award-winning innovations in the Vivli Innovation Challenge recently. Finally, I think I'll stop here. This will not play, but I think what was shown here was a video game we call Infection Escape, which helps people learn how can we prevent this misinfodemic going out in the real world. And college students like you are one of the critical champions for this, and we have social badges and rewards for that. So to summarize, to mitigate misinformation, AI can be used as a silver bullet also. I mean, AI is a bad thing, but AI can also be used against itself to understand how to mitigate it. But for that, we need experts in the loop. It cannot be only AI driven. We'll need human in the loop, saying thumbs up, thumbs down, and training the models. We need integrated context and nuanced context. Same AI model that will work for Delhi will not work for Odisha, or India will not work for US or Europe. It should integrate context, right? It should be explainable. I should be able to show you why we should take action on this, right? Unless, if you will not trust a black box. It should connect with domain understanding, and it should be build early feedback so that it can be trained on the fly. So with that, I think I'll take a pause. This is my lab members and all those who have done the research and my funders. So happy to take questions if we still have time. Thank you so much. Do we have time for questions or? Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sethi. I'm so glad to hear what wonderful work you're doing and how we have to obviously combine, as you mentioned, that how we have to be human still and combine AI in mitigating misinformation. Thank you so much for the session. Now we have with us Dr. Santosh Patra, Associate Professor at MICA. Dr. Santosh Patra is the chairperson of Media, Entertainment and Sports Business, MICA, the School of Ideas. The department offers much coveted specialization programs such as media tech, entertainment and sports management for the postgraduate students. Dr. Patra is the founder and the present head for the Center for Media, Entertainment, Sports as a center for excellence for doing research in media, entertainment, sports with industry collaborations. The center has been publishing the annual India OTT report since 2018, and the report is the only yearly OTT report issued by any academic institution in India. So I'm sure it's such wonderful work that you're doing, and thank you so much for being here, taking out time, and I'm looking forward to hear, sir. Please. Can we turn this off? Yeah. You have a presentation?
Access and all, no? Is there a folder or something? Yeah. Can you just download all of that?
Yeah, sure. So that's the video.
Don't play that. Okay, no, just keep it there.
This is the video. This is the PDF.
PDF. Don't open the PPT.
And okay, I'll open the PPT. Right.
You can open the zip folder if possible. Just open this. And just download this. Everything will be downloaded. No, it's can't I open it with something like PPT is not opening? वो PPT नहीं है तो PDF ही खुलेगा ना गूगल स्लाइड में खुल जाएगा ये स्लाइड शेयरिंग भी हो जाएगा हाँ वो फर्स्ट स्लाइड हो जाएगा हाँ Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Rajesh ji, for the invitation. Thank you, Dean, Media, Film and Entertainment for hosting us. Thank you, faculties and team from Jagran and friends. To be honest, I am not sure that what exactly I need to talk about or share with you today when we are talking about AI, technology, and when we talk about all of this, everything, today when I get into my class, the first thing students ask that, sir, share something which is not in Google, or share something which we cannot obtain from ourselves. So this is the dilemma we all live today, that what need to be shared, what you are not aware of. I'll promise you, I am not going to talk about any data. I am not going to talk about any numbers. And what I can share, some bit of experience. When Rajesh ji invited about this talk, I was thinking and I was talking to my wife that I need to talk to a young audience, what I need to talk about. Of course, all the resources are available to you. Everything is at your fingertips. And as my student would say, and I would expect here the same thing, that in next whatever 10, 15, 20 minutes I need to be there, that is it available or can you obtain on your own, so what is my role in that? So while thinking about all of this, I remember one of my mentor whom I lost just 7 days back, Dr. Bhaskar Das, always say that, Santosh, one thing please remember, experience is a liability in the world of technology. Whatever experience I can bring, it's immaterial for all of you today, and all my 20 years or 15 years of experience in academia doesn't work. At this point, when we think about talking about AI, artificial intelligence, technology changing the world, it's believe me, to like explaining what is love in the age of situationship. All of you would connect, right? That when we talk about, we are in situationship and think about, I will bring to Laila Majnu story to explain what love is. So that dichotomy brings me to the context that what need to talk in the process when we are combating the misinformation as a pandemic. My previous speaker highlighted the issues of health, highlighted issues of the challenges we are facing, but I am not a technology person. I come from media business. I understand one thing for sure, my consumers. I understand my business, I understand my consumers' behavior, that how they connect with any product we talk about. So for you, when we present tech to you, the biggest challenge come to me that how to explain this technology while talking about information pandemic or information endemic. One thing for sure, I always feel that this picture I have taken 1 month back in Oslo, the Nobel Peace Prize, their memorial in that, and that picture is telling us something that in last so many years that we have created echo chambers. Everybody loves their digital mobile devices. Every consumer at every point trying to create the universe of their own. So me, I know what I am because I consume what every day comes to me. Every time, how many of you use WhatsApp? Raise your hands. How many of you use Netflix? Raise your hands. How many of you would say that in WhatsApp, typing a message, how many words you write and how many words and how many emoticons suggested by you, you shared as expression of your feelings? Raise your hands. How many of you must have writing saying, clicking dear S, then next sentence, next word, WhatsApp is given to you. While watching Netflix, when you watch that 15-minute movie, next movie is on your platter. Why all that happened? I was trying to, again, with Jagran Group and Rajesh ji, we have been talking last 1.5 years, that how to identify, is it all about what? Information is all about what? Is it like a truth? All of us are searching for that truth. Is there something called truth? Is truth exist today? So, in fact, this advice coming from my wife saying that, do not bring any of your data to the discussion. Do not talk about that data in this manner or other, because everybody is sitting on their billions and megabyte, terabytes of data with you. But one thing for sure I can bring, that all of you are experiencing and how I am experiencing with that. With this, in next 10-15 minutes, I would like to take you through first idea of what I believe. When we talk about information and searching for truth, is technology enabling us? Without technology, can we search for truth? We are in a state which is hosting world's largest religion conglomerate called Mahakumbh. So I think it is a good start to identify what are we doing in Mahakumbh. Why that 30 crore people we are expecting today? And it is, I don't know exactly how many kilometers away from this place, maybe 300 kilometers. So we are expecting every day crores of people coming there to in the age of technology, in the age of AI, to take that holy dip. So for sure, rest assured, humans are existing. So to start with, I have a small video to play. I don't know whether it will play or not. Can I play this video? Give me a second, it's getting... Is there sound? There is no sound, I believe. But you can, there is no sound. So to start with, slideshow mode में ले आएंगे, slideshow. So we are seeking truth, right? We are seeking for truth. 40 crore people are talking about, and how we say, what do we mean by truth? When we talk about in the age of artificial intelligence and digital integration of data and human, so somebody coming there, and we are hosting around 30 crore people in a city that are talking about, let's find truth somewhere else, not in technology. Whose truth? Is it the aghoris we talk about? What is their truth and what is my truth? This is information, right? What we do? The truth of Naga sadhus, how we see the truth when we talk about exploring information, identifying information through that? Or the sannyasis and sannyasinis that coming to Mahakumbh explain truth, because try to understand, bottom line is the consumers are existing. Bottom line is that how to get that consumer to get into my business, what we talk about technology and consumers. But at the same time, is the truth of Aghori is different than the truth of these Naga sadhus? If the truth of Naga sadhus are different than the sannyasi and sannyasinis, is the truth of that Naga sadhu is different from this picture that somebody talking about, I am seeking wisdom and embracing spirituality? Is that truth is different that the monk who sold his or her Ferrari, talking about this IIT and Babas, and all of you must have got it, shared it, and talking about that. Is that different than a truth of a politician taking that holy dip of 40 crore people while we are in this auditorium talking about artificial intelligence, going to common man, coming to in a sleeper train coach and looking for a holy dip, truth of that Naga Sadhu, truth of that politician, truth of that yesterday, if today I would make this presentation today morning, I would bring the second richest person taking the holy dip in Ganga. So whose truth is it? What we are searching for? Artificial intelligence, we are talking about digital waves, we are searching for truth. So academician का एक problem होता है, when you get something, you try to theorize all of that. Is that how we explain truth? If I say you, my truth is same as your truth, are you agree? Is truth unique? Is truth a singular phenomena? Is truth a single phenomenon? No, my truth would be different than your truth. So when we problematize, so in the age of information, what truth is? So of course, I have a little bit of academic orientation in philosophy of Eastern and Western science. So if I ask Plato, give me an answer to truth, he would give it different than, I will not read all of you, don't worry, I will not get bored with the definitions of Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, and Nietzsche, but truth differs. When I see truth in Western context and I bring Eastern context of truth, Confucius, Buddha, Adi Shankaracharya, everybody's truth is different. So why I am bringing all of this? Why I am talking about we are seeking truth in the age of AI, or the truth what Rajeshji, Jagran, and Sharda University would talk about, that what is information, what is misinformation, what is disinformation, and all of you, those students working in either in business or media or any other department, bottom line, we all deal with that what truth we need to present to whom to do what. What is my transaction about truth? How I'll do the transaction around truth. So, who will decide what is truth? Who should have that gatekeeping value of deciding the truth? If that politician talking about truth of Kumbh, he would talk about the lens, what would bring citizens as voters. If that IIT and Baba would talk about truth, he would see the truth, the lens he or she sees in. History of defining the truth is about social agents and institutions. When we are young, when parents used to tell us, beta, this is truth, this is what you believe in, rest are not. We are conditioned truth. Our truths are conditioned that you do this degree, you get this information, and your truth is you are going to have a successful life. That success, my success, would be redundant for you. My success, the lens of my success would not be same for you. Human, society, institutions, or what we celebrate called watchdogs and media, that the institution can they be gatekeepers of the truth? And today you see how the watchdogs are also becoming watchdogs of the, not of the information, watchdogs of themselves. So we have seen printing, mass media, audiovisual, all of this, but what it generates to. So this leads to me the next question. My next question, are we not in a information Mahakumbh as I talk about Gen AI in information Mahakumbh? And then this as a disclosure, this picture I generated through OpenAI. So when I asked them that tell me how information Mahakumbh would look like, what does that mean? Who will seek truth for whom? Is there a need to seek truth? So please question yourself. Whatever information you are receiving, consuming, paying for, that who is telling you to consume that? Who are agents and who are the actors of the truth? The need to seek the truth, find information in the age of Gen AI. Like I talked about the information Mahakumbh, all of us live in the age of information Mahakumbh. We have to empower ourselves like that Naga Sadhu, like that Aghori Baba, like that politician, like that IITian Baba, like Mrs. Jobs, that what my truth I am seeking for. Not only can seek the truth, but this is where the difference is. We can create truth today. So truth is no more, you are no more seeking the truth, you are creating the truth as well. So difference between technology as a tool and technology as an agent. How many of you would believe that we use technology? Raise your hands. How many of you believe you use technology in any form? Raise your hands. How many of you how many of you believe technology uses you? None of you? I think very less hands. You are all away from that. Technology never used you, right? Every second of I come from a business school. So what I calculate, how many seconds of your interaction can convert to a bottom line of mine. Every second of yours can be monetized, and that's where we talk about how technology uses you. So are we sure that we want to use technology or we want to be used by technology? So when we ask these questions, so how many of you watched the movie called Matrix? Any of you? So if you have not, students, if you have not watched some of the series of Matrix, I would request you go back and get that Netflix, open that and watch the first part of Matrix. Why I am talking about this, technology as an agent changes the entire idea of human networks. So till this point, as Dr. Saab would say that, we have been using technology for education, we have been using technology for healthcare, we have been using technology for information, but now we are in an interesting time. Not only we are going to use, but we need to understand how technology uses us. So the war between, it's not about technology, it's not about AI, it was never about digital. I remember when I was doing my PhD from the university here called JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University, my professor would say that, this digital, these are all new media, so I am talking about when Orkut was there. So that, we should understand what and how we are doing that. So, but time has come that the digital is no more a new media we see as any other media platforms. And an AI would come and go. But the technology as an agent is going to stay. So this is where we need to understand Gen AI with an agency. If you remember this caricature, if you have watched Matrix, Agent Smith. So when Agent Smith would talk about who are you, how you want to be treated by yourself, not by technology. Whether you want to treat yourself as an enabler or somebody want to use you as a product. So, of course, in academic, some of my works actually in this area talks about we create cyborgs. So I'll give you a very simple example. Maybe some of you can connect and some of you may not be connecting that. When I was in a boarding school, there was no mobile phones, landline phones. So we used to remember at least 50 landline phones in the fingertip. How many of students are today can remember, in fact, it's difficult to remember your spouse's mobile number. Maybe at max your loved one's mobile number you would remember, right? 1, 2. So how our memory shifted? Remembering 50 mobile landline numbers with STD, ISD codes to remembering these 10-digit numbers has changed. Why? So we are storing our part of our memory somewhere externally somewhere. So because we know in mobiles that one fingertip in all one drive, we can get access all of that. So what's wrong in that? There is nothing wrong in that. I am very techno-optimist. So, but we create cyborgs. We create Baudrillard's work on simulacra and simulation. Are you a human? I would say you are a simulation. You are a simulation where part of our life is stored in technology. Our part of our life stored in some Google cloud is owned by a Silicon Valley company and some of them is owned by somebody else. And that creates cyborg and matrix, an exciting world where we are seeking for truth. So when we go that how to deal AI with AI as an agency and AI as an actor. So time would come that these caricatures, again, it's not AI created, it's actually original caricatures. So, so when these technologies, these simulacras are going to say the original processors were existing. So Yuval Harari, again, one of the writer I like, and I would suggest if some of you are interested can read the first book, Homo sapiens, that humans have always navigated, the weakest creature on earth survived the longest, right? And the role of independent, these agencies helped us to seek the truth, to cut the clutters of truth, multiple truths, parallel truths, information, misinformation, disinformation. So we live in a world of chaos and accept it, embrace it. I would suggest that what can be done, that when all of this is truth, so why to even worry about misinformation and disinformation? But believe me, the more clutter it created, more role of agencies and actors come to place. To cut the clutter of and boundaries of misinformation, information, we need enablement. We need human enablement. And as we talk about this caricature, how can we tell if humans are actually intelligent? So we need to identify that what that human intelligence is all about. How our human intelligence are creation to control not only the outside technology, but minds of ours. So, can we predict the future? Can we add to this feature to the next model? That when we are creating, can emotions be created? Yes, of course we can create emotions. But please try to understand we are dealing with a double-edged sword. It's an Gen AI as an agency and Gen AI as an information echo chamber. The moment everybody trying to deal with misinformation through AI, somebody is creating misinformation through AI. So when we watch a movie that which brings the ideas that whatever is going to there, how I attract the consumers, somebody is working that how I can monetize the same consumers. So we deal with the dualities. Of course, these are the technologies I am not going to get in details about, that we created the two differentiation between how AI addresses misinformation and the role of AI in misinformation creation. So you must have seen today that a lot of thousands of companies, agencies working with creation and handling the misinformation. At the same time, can anybody give a wild guess? The entire media revenue, content revenue of information is lesser than content revenue of misinformation. We have a huge industry to deal with. Of course, fact-checking is always going to be there. Content moderation always will be there. But how content generation, deep fakes, synthetic media. So when we have seen that beautiful dance performance, how many of you are sure they are real humans or holograms? Raise your hands. All of you are maybe your friends, so you would know it. So we create a situation that the boundaries between truth and lies are blurred. Gen AI as an agency and information echo chamber, all these technologies are well known to all of that. I am not getting into the details. Natural language processing, machine learning, knowledge gaps, deep fake detection, but at the same time, one post can create millions of impact with an information not existing, with a picture not existing, with a video not existing, but targeting you because in last night you have sent a message to a friend through WhatsApp saying that you love this kind of videos. So next day, I know you are my potential consumer, would not mind to pay 500 rupees to get that video, so Netflix will give that to you. So you must have watched some of the Netflix content. They said that curate your end. Last scene is yours. That gamification, it's all about that. So I know if you want to curate your love story, so you would not like to see how the love story of somebody else happened in Hollywood. You want to create here, so pay that 500 rupees, you will create that. So we are dealing these binaries, Gen AI as an agency and information. Of course, media platforms, fact-checking organizations like Jagran, search engines, everybody, we are dealing with that same time, but my fear, my worry is we are also creating the monsters which fuels in return to us by these generative adversarial networks, natural language processing unit, Sentinel, sentiment analysis, and AI-driven bots. So coming to that last part of my discussion, do you really think ethics matters today? Who will define that what ethics is? When I ask AI, tell me what is ethics, so the definition would come in 20 different ways. But we have to be ethical, humanity, right? So we have taught to be ethical, but to be honest, we do not know what ethics is all about. So it's like humans are this caricature would suggest that why humans say it is complicated because it is ethical, right? Who controls these tools? Who uses these tools? Who monetizes these tools? Whose accountability is it anyway? Do we need to create or control chaos? Who will make policies and bring accountability? Because accountability is a cash cow. So more ethical I am, so more stake at place that which ethics I am going to derive from. So I do not have answer. To be honest, if somebody asked me that so much of data, so much of integrated data, so much of number, do I have an answer to give that how AI with its magic stick take that information away from me? I don't know. I have something I can bring from the ancient knowledge. We are truth seekers. Either we can create a Valmiki or we can create a Bhasmasur, right? Either we can create a road robot and convert that to write Ramayana, same technology, or that Bhasmasur with the same bless of Lord Shiva can destroy Lord Shiva. But I am a quintessential optimist. I believe that human beings survived. We need intelligence. By this end of the day, when I will go back, I do not need a hologram to hug me. I want my wife and my 6-year daughter to come back and hug me, right? So when that technology works, I believe that, yes, we can create a business out of Valmiki. We can create business out of Bhasmasur. And both of them are my business. Both of them, I have consumers for both. But how to address that consumer? It's my job. And however, I strongly believe, as I said, that this chaos would continue. I will bring that AI agent to talk about that the relationship, and I may need advice of AI for building my relationship, but that technology and cyborg would bring to the context of how the technology need to be navigated, creating the consumer, addressing the behavior, and with the questions of in future, how technology and human can come together and work. So it's more about not we understanding technology, it in times to come, it's they would ask that let's understand humans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patra. And thank you for giving us actually the food for thought that who are we creating, who are we making, and in the fact-checking process, I'm sure all of us who are practicing it, and even the ones studying it and going to study it or in the work, I'm sure this is a great food for thought that where are we putting the lines, and none of us, I'm sure, needs a hologram to hug. So, and we are going towards that. So thank you so much for your insightful session. And I would request, I know it's, thank you for being a patient audience, but I would please request that to be respectful of the speaker's time and presence here. So thank you for being here. I really, really thank you. And I'm sure everything here affects all of us that are present, because as sir was saying, even if you're sending a small text message saying that, you know, I love this particular pizza, and I'm sure everyone has now faced AI everywhere. If you say pizza, your things come on, you know, your ads come in. So just understanding and decoding it and how we can check on what is good and what is bad. So I'm sure it's affecting each one of us irrespective of the department that we study, the specialization that we study. So please be patient with us. We have an amazing speaker coming ahead, and then we will proceed for lunch later. So I'm sure you're hungry, but please be, just give us a couple of minutes. So Dr. Swapnil Mehta, he's a postdoctoral associate at Boston University, USA, a staff member at MIT, and the founder of Simple, a non-profit, if I'm pronouncing it right, Simple, yeah? A non-profit organization dedicated to advancing digital trust. He co-founded a startup incubated at MIT and UNICEF, which focuses on improving digital health literacy in India. So Dr. Mehta has been recognized as an Atlantic Dialogue's emerging leader, Google Research Innovator, and Belfer Fellow for his research in platform governance and his implementation of real-world interventions aimed at mitigating the effects of online misinformation. So I'm sure you're going to be hearing wonderful work that Dr. Mehta is doing. So please take over the stage, Dr. Mehta. Thank you so much. We're honored to have you. Thank you.
Sounds good, yeah, Google Docs, Google Slides is fine. All right, is audio good? Okay, as the only person standing between you and lunch, I will try my best to stick to time. I know I was on the other side of this not too long ago and I hated it when people stopped me from eating food. All right, so my name is Swapnil. You heard about the background. I'll summarize it by saying I work in academia. I worked at a bunch of companies on the industry side as an intern and full-time. And then I started a non-profit a couple of years ago, which basically the lifeblood of that non-profit is working with students, just like yourselves. We continue to work with undergraduates and students that work on technology, on media, and topics related to those to build out systems in practice. I think I've been set up really nicely by my co-panelists here because you heard amazing things about the academic frameworks to use to evaluate misinformation, especially in the pandemic's context, and how you treat social issues with academic frameworks, including a bit of practice. You also heard about the metaphysical role of truth and truth-seeking and dealing with this Mahakumbh of information. I'll come here to round us off by focusing on what it takes to deploy AI tools for fact-checking on the ground, in practice, what are the challenges that come out from it, and more importantly, why does it matter to each of you here? So when we came in, we were told that there are people from business here, there are people from media here, there are people from communications and background, and I don't recall if it was also journalism, but I think the unifying theme that brings us all here today is we are all frontline workers in the information space. And here's why I think that is the case. I think for people from a business background, your priority is protecting your organization and your revenues, growing your organizations, for which providing information in a safe and secure manner to your customers is a priority. That brings me to communication, which is basically about conveying information in an understandable language to your listeners. Communication leads us, you do that through media, where you put yourself in a role to create that information. And that leads you to the role of journalists, where you want to vet and ensure that the accurate information is conveyed. And if there is a reason to investigate those things, you have the right evidence that you generate to provide to your audience and ensure that they understand the information you're conveying. So today I present this to you with the context that I want to share insights from having worked on some issues as a frontline information worker, and I'll present that through the projects that we've done through this organization, SimPeople. For some background, SimPeople is a community of engineers and researchers committed to improving digital trust. Now, when we say digital trust, we focus on the value chain of misleading information. So we focus on doing research, but we also focused on building products to deploy out there that advance certain sustainable development goals for the United Nations. The background for why we formed this organization a couple of years ago is that, as I think Rajesh sir said in the morning, about 86% of people have been exposed to online misinformation at least once. In fact, about 75%, in this case US adults were surveyed, believed they can identify fake news, and it turns out they could not. This is not surprising. But this is also not new. With all this news coming out, we tend to believe that misinformation is a recent phenomenon. It is not. It's just become popular in recent times because someone communicated it to us in that manner, right? But The historical fact is there has been a historic decline in trust in institutions, in government, and all of these pivotal sort of bastions of truth over the last 20 years. So we try to build AI tools where we are tackling misinformation along its value chain. What the value chain means is we're trying to identify threat actors and networks, so where the source is, where the networks that propagate misinformation. We try to measure their influence and the effects they have on online audiences. And then we try to design systems to mitigate these effects, especially the harms that are caused as a result of misinformation. And I'll talk about particular ventures along each of these and the lessons we learned designing those kinds of systems as takeaways for you as you go out into the world in your respective roles. As information workers, you need to understand these lessons so that you can build better systems that at least don't run into the issues we ran into. So first of all, a shout out to all of the partners that we have worked with. We are now spread across a bunch of countries around the globe, working with a number of organizations, and are very grateful for their support. I think coming to the topic of AI fact checkers, I'll ground the conversation in this, given the topic at hand. It's really hard to build AI fact checkers well. When I say this, I underline well, because it's easy to build an AI fact checker. It's just very hard to ensure that it works as designed. And there are a number of reasons for this. I've picked some key examples here that try to highlight the reasons I feel it is challenging to build AI fact checkers that work really well. The first is, a lot of times, claims involve the need to identify intent. Intent is really hard to identify without actually asking someone, or like even when you ask someone, they might lie to you. So there is a certain bias that comes in from trying to identify intent just with data available online. You know what I posted. You don't know why I posted it. Even if I tell you why I posted it, I might be lying to you. So that intent is really, really hard for even AI to try to parse out from data. In addition to that, some claims should not be answered without asking for additional context. So even if we can't get intent, we need to at least understand why questions are coming up. Questions like misoprostol, a particular drug being used to help with certain medical processes. It is actually perfectly normal to use misoprostol in certain medical applications where there is postpartum hemorrhage, right? But it has been abused for a variety of different reasons. So when someone comes in with questions like that, or I should have added a trigger warning here, so my bad for that, but there are questions that need to be treated with a certain concern when people ask those kinds of questions. Additional reasons why it is really hard to build AI fact checkers very well is facts change over time. You're not going to ask the same question for 5 days in a row just to test if the answer changed. You'll ask it once, you'll get the answer, you'll move on with your life, you'll probably not come back to it, and you'll go on with the understanding that you had on day 1, even though the facts change on day 5. Personal questions need more questions, need further inquiry before you give them answers. Everyone does not have the same reasons, and I've focused particularly here on medical information because we build certain products in the digital health space, but this is the same case for elections. Vote counts yesterday and vote counts today would be very different. You might not even go to ask the same question 3 hours apart, and you might assume that you know what's going to happen at the end of an election, and you don't. So suddenly when the outcome changes, you're like, wait, I thought the vote counts were X, Y, Z. I didn't realize it changed so drastically, so suddenly, and that has happened in elections around the world, right? And the last but most important one, if AI relies on internet data, we can manipulate it. I asked AI about myself and policy research, and I know I'm just starting out in policy research. All it cited was sources that I controlled the information for. So if I change the information on these sources, AI is going to give me a different answer about me. And there have been professors who've tested this out and changed their bio on their homepage, and suddenly these famous professors appear completely different to AI. So all of these reasons are really challenging to make AI fact-checking work well. And then the question arises, so what kind of technology should we build that can actually help fact-checkers? And that's where I'll get into some examples that are very specific, that might not even start with fact-checking, but are adjacent to that in a way that actually supports fact-checkers intentionally or unintentionally. So we started out a couple of years ago by focusing on there was this claim of like Russia is interfering with elections, and Russia is using Twitter to actually interfere with elections. What we did here was the US is saying Russia is bad. EU is saying Russia is bad. Meta is saying we're going to ban Russian state-backed media because they're promoting propaganda. What we said was, hold on 1 second. No single country is the bastion of truth here. Every country has engaged historically in a number of dubious things, especially online campaigns and information operations. And we have evidence of that, right? So instead of relying on one single country or two particular countries as sources of truth, pause for a second. Just look at the behavior of what is being shared online. Forget the content in its entirety. We only looked at accounts that were sharing different kinds of information. And if I tell you that that accounts for someone sitting there and someone sitting there, right? Their online accounts have shared things on 40 different occasions within 2.5 seconds on average of each other sharing it. That seems weird. Account A shared it, within 2.5 seconds, account B shared it. That happened with 40 different articles. That's not normal behavior. And I didn't have to tell you what they shared for you to realize, yeah, that's a little weird. So we examined these kinds of networks, and the lines you're seeing here, these circled articles, are basically indicative of a very high degree of coordinated sharing between networks of account that we found online. And that allows us to provide hard data to anyone who wants to evaluate why we think these accounts are coordinating without even passing a judgment call on what information is being promoted online. What I propose to you is these kinds of systems allow us to offer unbiased evidence to anyone who wants to publicly audit the information being promoted online, including fact checkers who then want to try and understand what this information is. This allows them to prioritize where they want to invest their time checking facts. This actually was a partnership with the Sunday Times and got a bunch of awards, and we got, in fact, interest from Twitter, who opened an investigation. And as I said before, this was led by undergrads. Undergrads just like yourselves, undergrads from India, who didn't have any particular special resources to do this kind of stuff, other than the fact that they had the time on hand to sit and invest in building these kinds of systems. The system is actually live. It's available at parrot.simpeople.org. And you can ask me later for a URL to actually take a look at it. I'm migrating it, so it might break for a while, but it's alive. When we did this, we realized Twitter is not the only social platform out there. Sharing is not only on Twitter, right? Like, you share information on Facebook, you share information on other platforms. So we started investigations into those platforms, working with local organizations to understand the local context. Now, what happened was, in Bangladesh, some leads for Meta reached out to us, and we started a partnership with them to understand what kind of political targeting and harassment was ongoing by political parties of all kinds, right? And this may not have been the parties themselves, but people using the parties' names to create these public pages and groups, and then engage in targeted campaigns against politicians, particularly harassing minority politicians. The long story short, what we realized was, when Facebook and these big platforms, they tend to say that we don't have the resources to invest in every country. That may be fair. They may be right on that front. But if you actually go and look at the data, in a lot of these cases, on the left here, you see a lot of groups that have a lot of posts shared, indicated by the size of that circle. So if you look at posts, you're like, yeah, lots of groups are sharing lots of posts. But then on the right, if you just look at the engagement they receive, you'll see that the other circles turned really small, and there were these two massive groups that got a lot of engagement. So in reality, people are just going to a few of the lot of groups that information is shared in. And that can be a starting point for us to try and moderate content a little better. And so we did that. We actually published reports that got featured in national news, and Meta, to their credit, they took down a number of these accounts in an adversarial threat reporting later. Whether or not that was influenced by us remains to be determined, but we were told it was. So the point is, you can think of innovative ways to try and help fact checkers using AI without relying on the Gen AI parts of things where you have to generate responses and generate hallucinated responses in particular, unless you have the right robustness in place. Similar stuff on Telegram. There is this talk of like disinformation machinery. Well, we discovered the machinery because we tried to evaluate what kinds of pre-bunked facts were promoted on Telegram channels and how many views they received. And we saw that at different points in time, there was this massive network, and some channels were used in different campaigns to promote certain types of claims. And so we developed a long-term monitoring system to evaluate where and how mis and disinformation has been promoted on this platform. And we're engaged in that with former folks at intelligence agencies to try and track how information is being propagated here. I think the lessons from building this kind of technology, and this use case is called social listening, were very simple. I think fact checkers, we realized, desperately needed better technology to accelerate their work. Whether or not that was AI, as long as it accelerates their work, it is a net positive benefit to them. I think multilingual systems are an opportunity, especially for countries like India, to work on, because we have people who understand multiple languages. Almost all of us are natively bilingual or trilingual because we speak a language at home, a language in school, a language in our native places with our families and different friends, right? That is a big advantage because we can communicate across languages. And that is where we can build technology to advance those kinds of use cases. One of the things we understood was a lot of people want to better understand the voices of online audiences, especially younger audiences, as they become newer voters. And that's where we want to try and push the needle to understand where the new voices are coming out. What channels should we be looking at? We also realize, clearly everyone here knows now, but companies are shutting down data access. Platforms are not as open as they were before. But there are new ways of collecting those kinds of data sets because people are still available to help us do research. So switching from platform-oriented data access to people-oriented data access was one of the big takeaways. And then the last thing I would say is there's an incredibly unique opportunity because a lot of Gen Z is using social media actively to access news, which was like a lot of the polling in the US recently indicated that there were a lot of younger audiences that voted a certain way that a lot of pollsters did not capture. So creating opportunities to do those things. I'll skip through this and in the interest of time, stick to the one finding that I think is really interesting. If you look on the left, the blue graph, there is a particular URL, rt.com. This is a Russian state-backed media outlet that is shared a lot online on this particular platform called Truth Social, which some of you may know as the Donald Trump-backed Twitter alternative that he started out when he was banned from Twitter. However, the platform, the links on the platform that actually get all the likes are from Hannity.com. And Hannity is, Sean Hannity is one of the influencers on this platform. But if you look closely, you'll see that here in a tiny box is the RT.com engagement, right? So even though you share a lot of these links, very few of them actually get engagement, which tells us how much influencers tend to affect online discourse. And that matters a lot because the new age is going to be a lot about influencers. I think we've seen some Indian researchers also publish something in the last couple of weeks about influencers in India having a strong political influence, right? And in the future, a lot of politicians are going to likely move to these channels and start testing how they reach their audiences in more ways than just traditional media. And I think that also means that election manipulation might be driven by short-term campaigns with disappearing footprints, which means you're live. When you go live on a social platform, right? You go live for 15 minutes and you're done. Those lives are not recorded necessarily, right? The platform cannot act as fast on every single aspect of live videos. And we've seen that as ways to propagate harm in the past. So we need better ways to study those things, and that means the public needs to be the one empowered to audit these kinds of information, because at the end of the day, they are the ones exposed to it first. I talked a lot about research. Let me talk a bit about how we deploy these things in practice. I talked about Parrot, the platform that we built out to study coordinated campaigns on Twitter. You can actually access it. It's available live. I won't spend too much time on that. I think the summary is you can use graph-based signals to analyze how information is propagated online, even for large data sets, if you're a little smart about how you analyze it. We built out a platform from Parrot. We expanded cross-platform. So Parrot was for Twitter initially. We then expanded to multiple different platforms, and we started creating cross-channel search platforms for us to analyze social media. I think one of the things that Sir pointed out about emotions on social media platforms is really important, because now you can longitudinally track the emotion of these kinds of posts across multiple platforms, across different communities, and use that as indicators. I think that's important because a lot of studies study things, find an effect, and then they don't continue that study for clearly, every study does not have infinite resources. You have to carve it out and do the study and then move on. I think what we need is to invest in long-term monitoring. Now that we know that this is an indicator, let's develop better systems to track it over time. One of the things we started working on with newsrooms was building audience analytics platform. Why is audience analytics important? Well, you have one audience that goes on social media, that actually reads online articles, and then a lot of them actually go to the news websites. And the newsrooms have this unique opportunity to see what exactly they're reading, why they're reading it, how long they're spending on it, and what kinds of articles are engaging people over time. We started working with them to analyze these things so that we can introduce Gen AI in the newsroom for these people who are the bastions of truth for a lot of people who rely on newspapers as their primary source of information still, right? Whether that's online, whether that's offline, whether that's print media, magazines, whatever, right? So we started doing that because we wanted to introduce technology in a way where people actually tell us what saves them time. I think I'll get to this point a little later, but the idea is to bring technology in partnership with people as opposed to thrust technology that you have built upon people that you think need it. The last thing I'll talk about is this, I talked about mitigations before, like mitigating the effects of misinformation, and this is one big part of it. Sakhi is a WhatsApp-based platform that we developed for digital health literacy. What that means is, on WhatsApp, you scan a QR code, you get to this chatbot. The chat platform will deploy interventions that we have designed that allow you to access information on the issues you care about most. We started out with a use case focused on maternal health as one of the biggest impact areas of misinformation, especially for countries like India. The reason is twofold. One, we have a robust health infrastructure in the country. There are just parts of it that may be inefficient that we can try to solve with technology. We actually went out and talked to people on the ground who were working on ANC care, antenatal care programs. We talked with them before we even developed the technology so that we understood where the pain points are. Then we spent 6 to 8 months actually developing technology, testing it, going out, and now we're running pilots with these organizations who are quite happy with the results they've seen in the early stages of this information. I think a couple of learnings from this. The first thing was you cannot build technology for people sitting in a room far away from them. You need to go there, you need to talk to them, you need to understand what their lives are like, and that is all to answer the very simple question, how will you save them time? If you do not save people time, your technology is not likely to be adopted. Plain and simple. Like if I have to use something, unless it's giving me more value than the time I'm putting in, I don't care about it. Don't oversell AI or you will lose users, the first sign of limitations. We've seen this time and again when AI has been hyped up. You have people believing in it. You have literally people going to war over information that is untrue. And that has been, it's not a new thing. It's been a really like old kind of occurrence. And I think Silicon Valley is quite emblematic of hype and overselling for their own reasons. But I think that is now propagating around the world, that kind of culture of let's hype it up, let's get them to buy it, and after that we can fix the technology. That post hoc fixing most often affects audiences in countries like ours because they don't prioritize multilingual technology. Everything is built in English first. And then we try to build multilingual technology so that the rest of the world catches up. That means the harms will first be addressed in English, and then the other languages will follow. You hear the news about like the ChatGPT reached 100 million users in record time. Great, fantastic. Where are the next billion users coming from? What countries have 1 billion users to use these technologies? Are we investing in guardrails for people in those countries who are going to use this? I don't have the answer to that question, but I'm like 80% sure it's not going to be yes. I think you need to understand, especially a lot of people in this room, you may not be technologists, and that is an absolute, a lot of people perceive that as a disadvantage because a lot of students have come up to me and asked me, do I need to learn to code? You do not, because you can actually learn product, and designing a product these days is a lot more important than actually designing the technology because AI can code. And I'm a programmer, I'm a software engineer, I've used AI to code. It is not perfect. It is far from perfect, in fact, but it works. And in the next 5 years to 10 years, it will work even better. So if you are not a technical person, instead of sitting and spending your time gaining those technical skills, which I'm all for if you have the time, I would also double down on your expertise outside of that field to bring a unique flavor and not engage in this rat race of everyone is learning to code, so I should learn to code. I think my takeaway is there are more than just the technical set of eyes needed for developing products, especially in the Gen AI space, because everyone and anyone can write a nice wrapper around ChatGPT and build a product. Not a lot of people can actually get that product to the market and have people adopt it. The last thing I will say is, you are in a country where we have unique problems at a scale that other countries have not even imagined. One state in India, pick any state, has a higher population than most countries around the world. Start going out there, talking to people, learning about the issues that you want to solve so that you are the expert when someone actually comes up with technology that can assist you in designing those products. Start asking questions that pertain to your experience deploying things for people, for their benefit, so that you are in the best place when AI actually comes about and you can build products at the snap of your fingers. I think I do like to listen to, put my money where my mouth is. So I did spend the last 2 days in Jalgaon actually going and visiting the audiences we have spent time on. In fact, my co-founder and my wife, I tracked them both there. We are working on a number of projects around the country, and that only happens if you go there. And it is expensive for me to go there. I live in the US, but I figure out a way to get there anyway because it doesn't work without that happening. I think people are working on AI and automated fact checks to close this out. I think it is out there because it is cool. It works well at activating static knowledge. What you and I had before as FAQs on the Air India website is now an Air India chatbot. And that's cool. I will interact with the chatbot if it's giving me the answers fast enough and I don't have to read through 15 FAQs. However, it is challenging that it's not tackling a lot of the corner cases as well right now. I think lots of data is multimodal, which is your audio, images, video. That is the new form of communication we have, and AI needs to get really good at fact-checking multimodal content, which is not the case yet. I think AI will eventually get really good at claims verification, so that's why people are preemptively building these systems, hoping that in the next year, someone will come out with a great AI that can actually do claims verification really well, and they have the product market fit to actually deploy it. I think consumers need better information auditing systems, and AI offers a noisy but plausible option to engage them in long-form conversations for cheap. That data is really useful in both good and bad ways. For languages that are low resource, conversational data is really valuable to train better AI systems. For people and communities that are losing out on their cultures because no one is propagating those things, AI serves as a nice tool to actually preserve their culture through the language that they speak in conversation with AI systems designed for them. And we were working on this with communities in Bangladesh that were in indigenous regions to try and preserve their languages. And at the end of the day, it's a lucrative business opportunity to partner with large organizations. I think that is the core use case for most businesses and most of the reason why people build businesses. So I will close with, here is how I would design an AI fact checker, because at the end of the day, a lot of us, this is what we care about, like how are things built. And hopefully you can come up with better designs than these systems that exist today. Happy to take questions, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mehta, and it's so wonderful to see the work on ground and on technology that you're doing. So great. Any questions that we have from the audience? Yes, Muskan, please. Can you please stand up and let us know your name, please?
My name is Muskan Srivastav, and I'm from second year journalism. My question is to Santosh K. Patra, sir. So first of all, your lecture was really relatable, and the concept of Mahakumbh, how you used it. So my question is, media is the fourth pillar of the democracy, and this is because of the authenticity and keeping a check on the government as well as the society's accountability. But now as AI has taken over, which is leading to misinformation and deepfakes, thus the scenario of the fourth pillar has completely changed from being an independent human resource to a tech-dependent institution. Will this completely change the concept of media in the future, and are we supposed to accept this?
Thank you. Good question. To be honest, when we talk about media as a fourth pillar, that
Yes, sir.
continues. There is a need to play the role of a watchdog. However, one thing for sure changes because of the technology. The agency of media is no more with one group. That need to be shifted from group to individuals like you, right? That's where the technology plays a key role. When we see that, is it about impacting media groups? No. Media groups would continue because there is a, why it's fourth pillar, because you have legislative, judiciary, and all three pillars of governance. So that will continue, but the agency will rather shift from a group to individual to navigate the problems of watchdog. So the most important need that if each individual can play the role of the fourth pillar or fourth estate, that will do the job better than the existing processes of fourth pillar.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions that we have? All good? Any other questions? Okay, great. I think it's so great that we're talking about agency, social listening, empathy, building human interaction. I think all of this is essential. And I'm sure that you can reach out to all of them on social media. And sir has already, Sim People, now I'm correcting myself, Sim People, he is himself looking for talented engineering interns, as well as I'm sure everyone, as he has mentioned, if you're even a person who cannot code, you can still come and work. Similar to that, you can connect with Dr. Patra and Dr. Sethi, and you can ask your questions. So before we close the session, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Shishir Singh for giving us a word of thanks and the closing remarks of the session, for the morning session, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sinkla. Well, beginning is a half work done. So, yes, of course, here the officially half session is over. It is said that the all is well that end is well. The Ganga of the knowledge that keep flowing from the beginning till end of the program. Hence, it was enjoyable. Then we must thank the companion of the happiness. In the sequence, I express my heartily thanks the Chancellor of the University, Sri P.K. Gupta sir, Pro-Chancellor of the University, Y.K. Gupta sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sibaram Khare sir. Now let's begin with the thankful, the fourth pillar of the program. Dr. Swapnil Mehta sir, founder of Sample, Dr. Santosh Patra sir, MICA, Dr. Pritesh Sethi sir from IIIT Delhi, and Dr. Sudhir sir, IIM Indore. And it's a time to big thanks to in-house students, those who have done the well-done job, the spectacular dance performing over here. So thank you so much for those students also. In this category, I thank to program Backbone, the Jagran New Media's Editor-in-Chief and Executive President, Sri Rajesh Upadhyay sir, and his entire team also. Due to those tireless efforts, the program was successful. Now it's the time to thank those who play the behind the scene. Hindi में कहते हैं नेपथ्य के पीछे से. So our program coordinator, Honorable Ritu Sood Dean ma'am, Dr. Mukta ma'am, Dr. Sonali ma'am, Dr. Sinkla ma'am, our discipline team, our stage coordinator team, media coverage team, IT team, and those who are present students here. Thank you so much for the first talk. Thank you so much to all.
Thank you so much. I think ज़्यादा भूख लगी है इस साइड लोगों को. So let's pause for a little break. We'll come back for the afternoon session, which is the actual workshop for which you'll be getting the certificates. So we will be moving on to lunch, and I would request our guests also to proceed for lunch, please. Thank you so much for being patient with us. We'll be back in half an hour. Thank you for being back here with us for the next session of our seminar. I would now request Dean Ma'am, Dr. Ritu Sood, Dr. Mehek Jonjua, Dr. Mukta, and Dr. Sonali to please come on stage and felicitate our resource persons for the next set of our seminar. Ma'am, please. I would like to now welcome on stage Ms. Urvashi Kapoor, who's the senior editor at Jagran New Media, to please come on the stage. We are honored to have you. Thank you so much for being here with us. May we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you so much. We will also now request Ms. Devika Mehta, who's the associate editor at Jagran New Media, to please come on stage. May we please have a big round of applause? It'll help you wake up as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dhruv, Dr. Sonali, Dr. Mehek, Dr. Mukta, Dr. and Dean Ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Devika. We now proceed with the hands-on workshop on fact-checking. This workshop, led by our resource persons, Ms. Devika and Ms. Urvashi, will provide practical tools and methodologies for leveraging AI in real-time fact-checking. So you'll get some real-time hands-on experience, and I'm sure you'll have a great session. So may I now please request Ms. Urvashi to come on stage and start the workshop.
Hello, everyone. Okay. So now we will start the workshop. I wanted to do this hands-on workshop with practical sessions, but I don't think anybody is carrying laptops. So I will just explain you the steps when we'll discuss the tools, so that if you have a pen and paper, you can write it, and probably we can share the PPT with you later, right? Okay. Why do you think we are doing this workshop? Why is fact-checking important? So I want to have this session as interactive as possible, because I know everybody had lunch, and so that you don't sleep during the workshop, so we'll keep it a two-way communication, right? So why do you think we are doing this workshop, or why do you think fact-checking is important? Anybody? Anyone wants to answer this? Why are we doing this workshop? Why is fact-checking important? Anyone? No one? Yes. Yes, because there is a lot of misinformation or disinformation out there, right? Whenever there is a big event, or recently Saif Ali Khan got attacked or stabbed, there was a lot of misinformation also out there, right? Or during COVID times, there was a lot of fake news or misinformation or disinformation. I'm using these words, misinformation, disinformation. I'll be explaining in a while what exactly it means, right? So fact-checking is important because there is a lot of fake news, fake information, and that we need to know that how can we check ourselves that whether this information is actually true or not, right? Can you spot the mistake in this? Anyone? What is the mistake in this slide? So there are two there is a mistake in the question itself. How many of you were reading the numbers? Be honest and raise your hands. less than 10%. So there was the question there was a mistake in the question itself. So it is very important to read the question and then check the answers and whether it is right or wrong. So sometimes there can be a mistake in the question itself. So it is very important to read the questions, right? Now, before we get started, let's have a look at some examples. So this was a post, a Twitter post that was going viral. It has around 4,000 retweets. And the claim was the Pakistani flag was raised in a rally in Karnataka. Has anybody seen this post? किसी ने देखा था ये post? देखा था. Some people are raising hands. What do you think? Is this true? Do you think this is true? Sometimes you don't need tools to fact check. Sometimes you can just use your common sense or observation, and then you can tell whether the image is true or not. In this, can anybody tell what's the truth behind this, or whether the claim is right? Can you just look at the image carefully, observe, and just take some hints out of it? Anyone? The flag in the image is not the flag of Pakistan, but that of Indian Union Muslim League, a party in Kerala, and different from that. This is different from Islamic, the Pakistan's flag. So this is the flag of Pakistan with a red border, and that's the banner, and mostly used in mosques by the Muslim community in South Asia, right? Okay. So at the height of wrestlers' protest in May 2023, this image was going viral. It claimed that the protesting wrestlers were seen as smiling in the van in which they were being taken away. This prompted many to call out the protesters as not being serious. So has anybody seen this? Do you know about this news, about the wrestlers' protest? Right? And it claimed that they were not serious during their travel. They were smiling and laughing, but in the media or in the news, it was being shown that they are very serious, they are protesting. Do you think this image is true? So this was a fake image, and this was the real image, and it was created using AI tools. We will be discussing how do you debunk AI-generated misinformation as well. But before that, we are just going through the basics. So that once the basics are clear, then we'll move on to the advanced tools. Generative AI is getting better day by day. Can you tell which one is an AI-generated image? How many of you think the right one is true, the real image? Raise your hands if you think the right one is real. No? How many of you think the other one is real? How many of you, just raise your hands if you think the second image is real. Okay. So this image is the AI-generated image, and this is created using a software DALL-E 2. And using the prompt, a National Geographic style profile photograph of a cheetah in Africa. So AI is evolving day by day, and it is getting very difficult to identify which one is a real image and which is the fake image. Whereas the other image is the real photograph of a cheetah taken by Franz Lanting for Nat Geo in Namibia. Now, where do we get our information from? Newspapers? Social media. How many of you use social media? Or how many of you don't use social media? I should ask like that. Raise your hands. How many of you use WhatsApp? Don't use WhatsApp. There's hardly anyone who don't use WhatsApp. So there are different sources of information, like newspapers, press release, television, radio, website. I'm talking about information, not fake information. There can be fake information that the information you receive can be real as well, right? Social media. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, messaging apps, and word of mouth. Your friends can give you some information. Your family can give you some information. Influencers can give you information, right? Now, how to spot misinformation? Always ask 5W1H. If you are media students, you should I'm sure you know 5W1Hs. Whenever you receive any message, ask yourself these 5 questions, 6 questions. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. If you are convinced and if you have got the answers of all these questions, then only you should forward that message, right? Be wary of forwarded messages. In WhatsApp, you must have seen there is an arrow if that message is a forwarded message, right? Or forwarded multiple times. So please, that can be one of the hints that this message is being spread in order to make it viral. It can be a fake message. So that's one of the hints. Check the source. Who has sent the message? During COVID, many people were sharing prescriptions, doctor prescriptions, right? Din mein you should eat zinc ovate or paracetamol 5 times a day, 6 times a day, gargle 5 times a day, right? Who is sending you that information? Is he a doctor? Or are you reading it on some health website? So who is the source? It is very important to check the source of the message that you have received, right? Evaluate the language. Recently, one of my friends shared a message on Instagram. Hi, I'm a good friend. Someone created a fake profile of that message on Instagram and shared that with me, saying that, and the message was at 6 a.m. in the morning, and she said that, hi, I'm participating in some contest. Can you please vote for me? And I was very sleepy. I thought, okay, I'll vote after I get up. After an hour, when I checked back, she sent me literally 15 messages back to back. Did you do that? Did you vote for me? Did you vote for me? Please send the screenshots. So this is a red flag that scammers are always in a hurry, right? So, and obviously that was a scammer. So you should always directly, he's a very good friend of yours, you should always directly contact the person and confirm whether is that you or is that someone else? So again, the red flag is scammers are always in a hurry. Verify statistics or data. During elections, many photos or videos go viral. And those are old photos, not even related to the recent elections. So we should be very careful about the date, right? Now, I was continuously talking about these two terms, misinformation and disinformation. Can anybody tell me the difference between the two? Anyone? Okay, to make it very easier, M stands for misinformation, M stands for mistake. Any message that is unintentionally, there is no ill intention behind sending that message. Like, for example, in COVID, if you are sending your friend that you can eat this medicine if you want to prevent yourself from COVID. So that's misinformation. You're sending a false information, but by mistake. But still, it is a false information. D stands for disinformation. D stands for to deceive someone, deliberately lie, intentional lie. So D stands for disinformation. D stands for to deliberately spread wrong information. So both the informations are wrong, but misinformation is sent by mistake. There is no intention behind it, bad intention behind it, whereas disinformation is sent deliberately to deceive someone, right? There are different types of fake news. Satire, parody, hoax, propaganda. I'm sure everybody knows the meaning. If you don't know, please do ask. Propaganda, that's spread generally during election time. Manipulated content, imposter content. What is imposter content? Falsely using well-known name. Generally, people misquote actors, celebrities. So that's imposter content. False context, the claim is something else. Things to keep in mind. Before we move on to the tools, we are just going through some theory and then we'll move on to the practical things. Things to keep in mind. Domain name. Generally, there was recently a link was going viral, Times of India, Limes of India, right? Or some other logo, similar looking logo goes viral. So that's it is important to check the domain name. What is the domain then? The URL, the link, about us section. So you should always visit the about us section, whether it is a satirical, and you should also go through the author byline. Who is writing the article, right? How many of you, whenever you get any health-related symptom, for example, if you're getting a headache or a stomachache, how many of you Google your symptoms? Be honest. Even I do sometimes. It's always cancer or tumor or brain tumor. सिर दर्द हो रहा है, brain tumor. यही आता है ना? Did you ever check the author? किसने लिखा है वो article? Who wrote that article? Nobody checks the author name or the website where you are reading. You just Google your symptom. I'm having headache since 5 days. What is happening to me? And Google says brain tumor. But always go and check who is the author. किसने लिखा है? Who is the author? Where are you reading it? Check the About Us section of the website. Right? Date. When was the article first published? Always check the date. Sometimes old articles, old photos, videos emerge as real. Image. It is the lead image relating with the body of the article. On Facebook, if you share an article, only the image and along with the title is shared. But you never know what's inside the article, right? Spelling errors. Check if there is some notification or a circular going viral. Check whether there are spelling errors or some punctuation errors, syntax errors. Clickbaits. What is a clickbait? What is a clickbait? What is a clickbait? Anyone? A very sensational headline, right? 3 दिन में cancer ठीक हो जाएगा. Is it possible? I mean, I've never heard about it. So that's a clickbait that attracts users' attention. It's very sensational. So then that's a red flag. That may or may not, there are higher chances that it can be a fake news. Fake post history. Check previous articles whether they have been fact-checked by fact-checking organizations. We are going to discuss some of these tools, not all maybe, but the important ones that you should know. Photo verification. Okay, now we'll move on to the tools. In order to verify a photo, the most commonly used tool is Google reverse image search. Has anybody heard about it? No? Okay, I'll show you a photo. So this photo was going viral. This is Chris Hadfield, an astronaut. He's carrying weed in his hand. The photo shows that he's carrying weed in his hand, and he takes it to the space. And it's not legal, right? It's illegal. How did we fact check it? Using the tool Google reverse image search. So I'll show you a video. Okay. So what we'll do is, we will type images.google.com in the URL. Right? So here we'll type images.google.com. We'll click on the camera button and upload the image if it is already in our computer. If it is not, we can just copy paste the link and click on the search option. I will select the image and Google will do the reverse image search. It will show me all the results where that image is present. Now, I will only go I will not check on social media. Why? Because I don't trust social media unless there is some authentic organization sharing it. So I saw an article on itv.com. I'll just check. And I found the similar looking image, but the weed was not there. There was something else. And the title says, astronaut surprises crew with Easter eggs in space. So I took the keywords, Chris Hadfield and Easter eggs, and I just performed a random Google search. Now, since this image, when I fact-checked this image was of 2013, and that time the blue tick, the verification was not paid. Right, so that's why I can trust this. So I found the official Twitter handle of that astronaut, and then I found the real image. Now, how can I confirm? Because one, it is verified. In 2013, the verification was not paid. Second, I can further check it. So there is a website called space.com that publishes articles related to space and astronauts. So I found another article there. Astronaut celebrates Easter in space, and I found images of through different angles, this other images as well. Also the caption states that this image was taken on March 31, 2013, and it was an Easter Sunday. Now I will again go on Google and check whether on March 31st there was an Easter Sunday or not. So this is how we fact check it, right? So this was Google reverse image search, where I uploaded the image on Google, and then I did the lateral reading. What is lateral reading? I parallelly read multiple websites and then took hints from there and then performed other searches. And the most important SOP that we follow in Jagran New Media is the physical verification. I will directly reach out to this guy or to the space agency. There are contact numbers and email IDs. You can directly reach out to them as well. So this was photo verification. There are other photo verification tools as well, like Yandex. Yandex, if you are not getting the result on Google reverse image search, you can search on Yandex. That's a Russian search engine. Same process. Then there is TinEye. Again, that's a search engine. Then RevEye, and then Baidu is a Chinese search engine. When you will practice this, then your concepts will become more clear. But for now, I think just listen to me very carefully, and then I'm sure if you have any doubts, please feel free to ask. Then there is video verification. This was the photo verification part. Then comes the video verification. And the most important tool that we use to verify videos is InVid. First, observation. You should always, whenever you see a video, you should always look at the buildings and the landmarks. Sometimes you can just observe and tell, oh, this is, for example, if this video goes viral, that we are sitting here and I'm delivering a lecture, you are the student of this university, you can always say, oh, this auditorium is in my university, right? Similarly, you should always, so why am I telling you this? You should always look at the buildings and the landmarks properly. Insignia, the logo, flags, emblems, right? Comments. If a video is very viral, there will be multiple comments on social media. Sometimes there is a user who can write, who writes there, okay, I was part of this event. I was present there. This happened in Korea, maybe, right? So you can always take hints from there. The number plate. If there is a car going behind, you can check the vehicle registration number and just Google it. And then you can quickly pinpoint the geographical location of that place, right? The clothing and the language. Clothing and language can act as cultural religions or geographical identifier. The weather. There was a video going viral that there is a snowfall in Mumbai, right? Hailstorm. But people of Mumbai said since last 30 years there has been no snowfall, right? Signage. Text on signpost. So these are some of the clues to watch out if in a photo or a video. Now, another tool that is used to debunk videos is INVID, InVid. What you can do is you can just search on Google InVid, download it and add to your extension. Copy and paste the URL of the video. The video will be divided into small photos. And then you can perform Google reverse image search of that video, of that photo. Right, but when you will use it, then you will be able to, learn better. Okay. Now I think we will move. These were the basics of photo and video verification. Now I think I will move to deepfakes and AI-generated images. How are AI images created and how can you debunk it? I think I will invite Devika, who is doing a lot of work on AI and debunking misinformation on AI and deepfakes. So Devika will guide you through some tools to debunk misinformation.
Thank you, Urvashi. Am I audible to everyone? Are we awake? Are we? Are we? Cool. So Urvashi covered a lot of ground here. And My name is Devika Mehta, and I am the Deputy Editor at Vishwas News, which is the fact-checking and media literacy wing of Jagran New Media. And Jagran New Media is the digital arm of Dainik Jagran. We know what Dainik Jagran is? No? Can't hear any yes. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. I'm a lot into fiction, and I like to binge watch Netflix during my pastime. And just recently I started a new series, Labria. Has anyone seen that on Netflix? Okay. So it's more about the natural calamity and time travel and a group of people traveling back to 10,000 BC. Now, this group of people, they are all very educated. They are doctors, they are soldiers, they are cops. But whenever they fall into trouble, there's just one guy, Scott. I think he's half Indian or half Asian. And this guy, Scott, is almost high on weed all the time. But he's always able to help these group of people. Why? Because he reads. He is knowledgeable. So he does not like to do anything else, but he likes to read and he wants to consume information. But in today's time, when we have an information overload, and then comes the burden of AI-generated misinformation, it becomes difficult to trust. Lines get blurred. Samne kya dikh raha hai, hame samajh nahi aata. What are we seeing? Is it real? Is it not? And when the trust is lost, what else is lost? Anyone? What else is lost? Credibility. Truth is lost. As Patra sir mentioned, that everyone has their own sense of truth. But with the truth can be defined by data, evidence, statistics, any research which is behind it. And so, when we deal with the concept of fake information, misinformation, and disinformation, it becomes necessary to check our facts. And here comes the power of fact-checking, which is not new. Earlier, we used to have proofreading. Print mein agar kisi ne bhi internship ki hui hai, or if someone has worked in a print newspaper or elsewhere, you would know that a common piece of information would not go to the headline or the paper without being checked, cross-checked. That is fact-checking. And then there is media literacy. That's where we come in. Because today we have come to you, we are trying to make you aware about the situation worldwide. So recently, World Economic Forum, not recently, just 2 days back actually, World Economic Forum came out with a global report, the threats, top 10 threats in the next 2 years. And the top one is misinformation and disinformation, marked by a purple banner, that is the technological banner. So more AI-generated misinformation is going to come across your way. And how do you identify it? Right now, as fact-checkers, we have some tools. We ask the experts. And we are going to talk more about it in the next slides. So deepfakes, what are deepfakes? Can anyone answer? I mean, I think some of you must be media students here. Do you know what deepfakes are? Anyone? Yes, please. Okay, so the sir here says that images which are modified and probably can be used in place of someone else's face or something, AI generated, that is a deepfake. Okay, but this is not new. Earlier also, when we were young, we used to hear कि photo हमारी swap करके college में किसी बच्चे किसी के body पे लगा दी. That was cheap fake. Yes, please. You wanted to say something? Okay, deepfake is a something that you cannot find the source behind it, and it is created by technology, as far as my understanding goes. So earlier also, your pictures, your audio, your pictures could be replaced on someone else's body using manual tools like Photoshop. You used to cut a particular face, and then you used to replace it on someone else's body. That was cheap fake. But when comes in the algorithms, when comes in generative AI, that is the algorithms when they don't need you to create an output, then it becomes deepfake because deep learning models are involved behind these tools to create your audio, your video, and not just your image. Deepfake is not just image. It can be your audio as well. It can be your video. It can also be textual. So deepfakes, as we have discussed, have been used across industries for the past several years. Modeling, fashion industry have been using these technologies forever. But now, with the AI thing, and AI again is not new. It has been there since 1940. What is new is generative AI, when you don't have to actually do the whole programming and coding and build some new concepts, but you just have to give in a prompt, and the tool itself, the machine itself, will create some new output. That is generative AI. That is the AI that can generate by itself. Common terms, I just spoke about cheap fakes. Earlier, it used to be called cheap fakes because it was done manually. Now, because algorithms are involved, you don't have to do anything manually. You just have to write a prompt, and it is going to take in that input and give you another output based on the data that it is being trained upon. Behind Google, behind Bing, anything that you search for, when you open your phones, when you want to look about any restaurant or petrol pump or anything, any search that you do on any browser that you have on your phone, be it Safari, be it Google, be it any other thing, they all have data. And based on that data, your results come out. So this is one very, I think this is like 5-6 years old video. Now, who is this actor? I'm sure everybody can recognize him. Tom Cruise. But this person showed us, this is one of the first videos where we came to know how a deepfake looks like. So this is one of the most used examples in our industry. Now, this video has been generated using Sora, that is OpenAI's tool. Does it look like, I mean, if we have a cat at home, if we record a video, the output would come somewhere like this, something like this. But this has been entirely generated by a generative AI tool. So imagine the extent of what these AI tools can do if you put in your picture or your video, and what output can it give based on the prompt that you give to that tool. What happens when deepfakes circulate? There's a spread of misinformation. Then there can be defamation, impersonation. We still don't have any laws in our law book related to deepfakes. We have laws related to impersonation and fraudery and identity theft in the Indian law, if I talk about. But we still have, I think the new DPDP Act may have something, but still we don't have any laws on deepfake. So if your deepfake gets out, then you need to reach a cybercrime hub nearby, and you need to put up an impersonation request there that someone has copied or has done my identity theft. Then there's, of course, erosion of trust in media, as we talked about. Psychological impacts on victims, people who, there are girls, I think recently, around 3-4 months back, Beverly Hills, California, a whole grade in a school, all the girls in that grade were the victim of deepfakes of their pictures and videos that came out. So the impact, the psychological impact that it has on the victim whose deepfake gets out in a wrong manner. And then there is socio-political polarization. We should not forget this. Recent elections, we saw several cases where the audio clones of politicians were put out and they were not real, and then it can also lead to violence, riots, or more. So what are the visual clues we should look at? Again, it's part of the fact-checking process. We look at the buildings, topography, the people who are there, their fingers, their eyes, the lighting on their face. Is it even or not? Because that picture that you get out of deepfake is based on the trained data. So imagine if I want, say, collar for my dog. So earlier what I used to do, I used to ask on my browser that I want a red collar for my dog. Please give me some options. And it used to give me pictures of some collars which were already existent, shared by their pet owners. But today, if I ask OpenAI, or if I ask Perplexity, if I ask any other AI tool that give me a red collar for my dog and I want to have this and this on the collar for the birthday present, it is going to give me a completely new picture, which does not exist. Some tips to spot deepfakes. Obviously, you need to zoom in, look carefully at the picture, find the image source. If you can upload it on Google Lens. You all have Google browser on your phones. There's a camera icon on that browser. Kabhi aap logon ne dekha hai? Have you seen that on your phones? Anyone who has seen that icon on their phone? Okay, I don't hear any voice from there. At the back, if I'm still audible to you guys? No? Do you have Google browser on your phones? Do you have a small camera icon there? Have you ever searched any shopping outfits there? So similar, that is the first step of fact-checking that even we fact-checkers do. If we come across any picture, we upload it there. We try to identify through that screenshot if a similar data is available on Google's database or not. If we get an authentic news website link, it is authentic. If we find many social media links, Facebook, Instagram and all, we don't trust that, we reach out to an expert to get confirmation on that particular information. Pay attention to body proportions because it is being trained on data and it is taking eyes from somewhere, nose from somewhere, and ears from somewhere. So sometimes the body proportions are not right. You might have, that person might be wearing a spec, but it might be missing one side of that specs. Or the person might be wearing coats on the suit, buttons on the suit might have different buttons. So that's how you identify. Also, watch out for typical AI errors. Hands are currently the main source of errors. So far, whenever these models are creating new content, mostly the text, it does not get the text right. There would be typos in that text. Or it will always miss with the body count. Maybe your fingers, it will have 6 fingers, it will have 3 fingers. So you can identify that via that particular error. So this particular image, do you think it's artificial? Of course it is. I mean, who looks so smooth? If we don't use filters on our Instagram or Facebook posts, we don't have that even skin. I mean, someone might, but not, this is not the case all the time. So the skin in many AI-generated images is often smooth. It's very smooth. Very sharp features, very smooth, very filtered image. That is one way of identifying. Because mostly, the unpaid tools do not give you the very right content. If there are paid tools, if you have spent around 4,000, 5,000 on HeyGen or any other tool, then you might get some very even-looking pictures. But if you've used unpaid tools, there are going to be abnormalities in that whole persona of that person. So these are some of the tools through which, if you come across any AI-generated misinformation, Ranveer Singh taking a holy dip in Mahakumbh, Shah Rukh Khan with him on the side wearing a saffron-clad dhoti and gamcha. And if you want to check if this is real or not, you can go to this particular tool, AI or not, or this is my personal favorite, Hive moderation. Hive as in beehive, wala hive hai ye. Hive moderation is the best tool so far that I have come across, even in the unpaid version, because I think this has a lot of data set. So it's being continuously trained upon, and it has generative AI models behind it, so it is training itself again and again. And therefore, it gives us the most perfect results. So if you upload a picture on this tool, you're going to get a percentage, as you might have in any other AI tool, that this picture is, say, 59% or 99% AI generated. And it also gives you a classification that probably this picture was generated by Midjourney or Dallas or by any other generative AI tool. So this is one of the best tools that you should use. You can use it. It is free. I mean, there are free versions of it. These are some of the images that we have debunked on Vishwas News. How AI-generated image of a baby misrepresented it as survivor of Nepal-Tibet border earthquake. AI-generated video of Justin Bieber playing harmonium at Anant Radhika's wedding. Imagine. I literally can't visualize him playing harmonium. I can't. Then viral picture of New Bhava Atomic Research Center is AI generated. Now most of the time these informations look very unharmful. But I remember last year we had these two big stories. Rashmika Mandana, the animal actress, her face was used on a British influencer's video, and that video was not very appropriate. And so she came across the social media and called it out. Then Amitabh Bachchan called it out. But it took the police to arrest the person in at least 2 months' time. So it took the police 2 months to grab that person who made that video and made it viral. And then there was last year this video of a bomb blast happening at Pentagon. And lots of, I think it has an impact on the stock market. Many people lost their money as well. So sometimes the images can be not harmful. But what if they are harmful and you circulate it? So when we talk about misinformation and disinformation, there must be many content creators or influencers in this university. When you create a content, you create the content so that people see or read it or hear it. But most of the times what happens is content creators create a post which is clickbait to monetize their own page to earn money from that. They mostly play on the trends that are happening around. Mahakumbh chal raha hai, Ranveer Singh ki photo bana do. You're going to share it further. Maybe you know about it, I know about it, but maybe my mother or my mother-in-law might not know about it. And they would feel ki acha ye to wahan pe hai. And they're going to share it further. So their page gets monetized. So they are the disinformation spreaders because they have a bad intent behind it. But when you spread it, you are the misinformation spreader.
Hello. I have seen that many, some, I will not name them, but some many reputed news channels, if you see their thumbnail, actually there is a lot of, I think, AI-generated photographs, images they use. They also use it, they are actually very reputed news channels, national news channels. I will not.
So it is not wrong to use AI-generated content. No. What we are talking about is deepfake. If someone is using me, if I post a video on Vishwas YouTube, someone uses my video, clones my audio, and starts selling a diabetic product, a diabetes wala product, or any other health product, or a gaming app, a betting app, that comes under deepfake purview. But AI-generated image, if you are like, not this PPT, but the PPT that I have, I also have AI-generated images. The media industry is using it.
But they are generally using it to make news sensational and, like you said, that for clickbait purpose.
Yes, sometimes like recently I saw an image of, I think this was an AI-generated image where a girl, the story was that the auto rickshaw guy or the cab guy eve-teased a girl and she jumped off from that auto. But when I saw the AI generated image, it seemed as if the girl had jumped from the building and she was jumping in front of the auto. Thoda sa variant alag tha. So yes, we need to be careful. If we are putting out something which is AI generated, it should actually be logical, not sensational. If that is happening, it should not happen. And we did put it out across to that media house, my friends there, that this is not what it seems. The girl is not looking as if she's jumping out of the auto. It looks as if she's jumped from a terrace and she's falling in front of the auto. So again, AI-generated content is not 100% fine. It still hallucinates. It is still wrong. But the human behind it, in all these media houses, if I'm using, I think I can show one video where for our media literacy, we have used generative AI videos. I've used my clone, my audio clone, I have used in those videos. So there needs to be a sense of responsible and ethical journalism behind it. I can probably show that video if we still have time.
Yeah, why not?
Before showing that video, this is a message check tool that Vishwas has built in collaboration with IIT Kharagpur. And this is a tool where, like, with Vishwas, we have done around 12,000 plus fact checks. So if you want to check any fact check that has already been done, because most of the time what we see, the social media posts happen on Facebook, it comes in memories and people reshare it again. So it's a repetitive fact check. So you can find those fact checks in this particular tool. It is there on the Vishwas News page. And let me show that video to you, how you can use ethical AI-generated content. I hope the audio plays. So we have this whole AI literacy series on our YouTube page, where we have explored with the aspect of using generative AI video and audio clone, mostly me, because that is my responsibility. If something goes against, then I have to be the one running around in police stations and everywhere. So let me show you a quick chota wala video, because other videos are longer. So the can the audio be without audio? उसी कंपनी के एम्प्लॉइज के एक डीपफेक वीडियो कॉल में। पर क्या है ये डीपफेक जिसने इतना आतंक मचा रखा है? डीपफेक टेक्नोलॉजी एक तरह का आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है जो किसी भी इंसान का चेहरा और आवाज किसी वीडियो में बदल सकता है। ये टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत सारी तस्वीरों और वीडियो का इस्तेमाल करती है। इससे ये उस व्यक्ति के चेहरे के हाव भाव और बोलने के तरीके को सीख लेती है। फिर कुछ खास तकनीक की मदद से वो किसी और के वीडियो के ऊपर नकली चेहरा और आवाज चढ़ा देती है और मेरे जैसा AI जनरेटेड कंटेंट बना देती है। सही कहा ना देविका? So now this other woman, it was just my face, but the audio is not me. It was audio clone. The video was cloned. So we are using it. We are using generative AI in newsrooms in ways, but it has to be ethical and responsible. So with this, I would like to conclude that as I was talking about how trust is lost and truth is lost in the process, that gives other people to manipulate you. Now, it can be content creators. It can also be technology, as Patra sir mentioned. So how do you use the technology better? That is the question. So we tried to do it in our own way because we felt that if I come and tell you कि ये deepfake होता है and I start giving you lecture all about it, it is better if you watch. It is better to show than tell. So start using the technology in mechanisms and ways that can help the other people out. And I mean, you can still use the technology in good ways. So this was our way of using AI against AI. The deepfake है, लेकिन हम उसी को लेकर के media literacy भी कर रहे हैं. So there are many other ways. Pictures भी हैं, text भी है, but it should be used responsibly. So with that, I would like to conclude this session. And if you have any questions, please ask.
Ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, you have said that clear the how to identify. But मेरा question ये है कि जैसे बहुत सारे students, media students, they make vlogs, fictions. तो what are the social media policy or the platform? How they use कि मतलब YouTube पे किसी ने वीडियो डाला वो कैसे make sure करता है ये वीडियो कि उसका कोई डीप फेक ना बना सके या उसका कोई यूज़ ना कर सके. तो हाउ द यूट्यूब एंड द इंस्टाग्राम्स हैव some kind of like a...
So I'm not from the platform, but at the same time, they are trying to evade this practice by like putting up AI-generated content on Instagram, Reels and stuff, so that the person, for them, it is not a news platform. It's just an information platform. They want you to use it. Now they give you the responsibility to use it ethically. Well, as per our discussions with the platforms, Meta and Google that we have, and Meta is already moving away from fact-checking. Meta has always moved away from news and journalism and all the respective practices that come from news. So whenever we speak to these platform people, the only answer is that we are not running a media organization. This is a social media platform where we want everyone to interact with each other. And so the ethical and responsible mechanism lies on you now. So जो content creators हैं या जो influencers हैं, it is their responsibility now, and of course the other side of the responsibility comes on the government, that they form those laws, those rules, those practices, so that the whole mechanism stays in control. And there are things coming up because like last year also, media houses felt that India is going to face a lot of AI-generated misinformation in elections. But the research report says that only 1% of it came forward. So for them, if you don't use it, why are they going to be bothered about it? If you start using it more, if this 1% goes on till 30, 40%, then they will become, okay, vigilant hona hai hame, let's make some policy or something around it. And then the government also acts. So it's a two-way process, but I think as earlier the information providing responsibility was on us media organizations, but now with content creators and influencers, it has now become individual onus, that everyone should put up across a content that is genuine, fact-checked. Even if they're using AI-generated content, it should be ethical, it should be responsible. It's not about responsible journalism, it's about responsible information ecospace that you're building. Because already Gen Z and millennials have moved away from news. And Gen Alpha is there, then Gen Beta is also there. So my daughter falls into the Gen Alpha age. And when I see her, she coming up to me and saying कि McDonald's का जो वो बाहर clown है, आपको पता है वो serial killer है. I'm like, I don't know. From where have you read that? And she says that because that particular post has 113K likes or shares, so she believes it. So it falls, the responsibility falls on all of us. And how we are using, we all are there on social media. How do you put a post? How do you share it forward? And yes, if there is still some misinformation happening around, then we as fact checkers are there to curb it out. Yes, please. With that, I would like to call Rajesh sir. And I would want to be...
No, so we'll wind up the session here, guys. So we'll be giving out the certificates for this workshop. For that, you need to fill this form. There is a link. If you can just type this link on your browser and fill out the form, or you can scan this QR code. Just do let me know if you're not able to access this link. So in case if you need the certificates, and I'm sure everybody wants certificates, please fill out this form. And we'll get your name and your information. We'll be giving the online certificates on your email ID. So please take 5 minutes and fill out this form. Thank you.
Even the faculties can get the certificates. So you can please go ahead and scan the QR. The feedbacks are from, in collaboration with Jagran New Media as well. The certificates will be from Jagran New Media and Google News Initiative. So it's a good certificate to have also. So please scan and take a moment to fill the feedback form. In the meantime, if you have any questions for ma'am, anyone, any questions? Ashish?
Hello, ma'am. My name is Ashish Kumar and I am pursuing BGMC and I am in the final year as well. Ma'am, the thing is कि हम सारे मैम यहाँ पे workshop इस चीज़ की कर रहे हैं कि how to detect the deep fakes or how to fact check the things. Ma'am, it is very easy to have these kind of knowledge on our palm for us, but not on the grassroots level. What are we doing on the grassroots level?
Very good question. In fact, if we talk about grassroots level, I'm happy to share that in Vishwas News, we have our reach is 60 million. When I talk about 60 million, that means we have gone and trained people not only in metro cities, but also in rural areas, students. See, now we are recently doing a media literacy training program for senior citizens who are retired. And why are we doing it for them? Because they are more vulnerable to misinformation. In our homes also there are our grandparents जिनके पास कोविड में फ़ोन जिन्होंने यूज़ करना शुरू किया है, राइट? तो उन तक भी हम पहुंचा रहे हैं. तो ग्रासरूट अभी आप लोग स्टूडेंट्स हैं, देयर इज़ अ कस्टमाइज्ड वर्कशॉप डिज़ाइन फॉर यू ऑल. सिमिलरली वी आर ऑल्सो गोइंग टू different places. We are reaching out to communities. We have done a women-centric program for we are also doing it for defense. So हर community के लिए we are doing training programs and we are reaching out to grassroots levels as well.
Thank you so much for answering, and I think it's a very appropriate question as well, that we are reaching out to communities in terms of combating misinformation. Any other questions? Any other questions that we can address here? Yes? Okay. Ashish, can we pass on the mic there, please?
Thank you. My name is William, and I am from Liberia. When sister was talking, I listened, but there's something that I did not get correctly, and that has to do with verifying video. She called an app that you can use to verify video, but I did not get that part very clearly.
Okay, so there are multiple tools to verify videos. One is InVid, INVID. So you can type InVid EU Chrome extension, right? InVid EU Chrome extension. That is the Google, extension. It will be downloaded and then you can add it on your browser, right? One is that tool. Second tool, there are more tools. So InVid can be used to fact check videos of YouTube, of Twitter or other social media platforms. There are other tools like YouTube Data Viewer that is only to verify videos that are available on YouTube. So that the name is YouTube Data Viewer. Then the third tool is Watch Frame by Frame. This is another tool to verify videos. So how do these tools work? When you will upload the video or just add the link of that video to that tool, it will divide the video in multiple screenshots, screen grabs. And then there is an option of, again, Google reverse image search. So it will perform the reverse image search of each screen grab, and then you can land on to the source of that video, or you can verify the video, right? I hope that answers your question. Whenever you will practice more and more, then you will be able to come up with more questions, and then you will be clear with the concepts of those tools.
Any other questions? Sir.
Going to get data from 4 sets. If A, B, C, 4 persons are uploading data, how AI will decide which data is accurate, which data set
AI will work on the data it is being fed. It will depend on which tool you are uploading the data.
There's a casualty, a news channel uploads 220, another uploads around 200. What if we have to go for right verification, which figure is okay, 200, 220, around 200.
Right.
So whether this will be confusing in future also, that when you ask, they will show us all 4 options.
So first of all, you will not ask ChatGPT to, any data tool. You should not ask them to fact check for you, right? Okay. So why are we doing this workshop? You should be aware of the tools to debunk deepfake or AI or whatever tools.
My question is, like 4 data sets are uploaded.
Right.
Now I am confused, and the system is showing 4 options. So how can I check that This which
So,
is okay.
for example, if you are searching a health-related data,
Okay.
right, and you are saying that the AI tool where you are checking has given you 4 results, right? So, again, what we say is you should always, for example, if you're searching a health data, you should always cross-check it from the, for example, CDC authorities. AI can help you as an assistant, right? You will get 4 hints, 4 answers. You can then cross-check on the official website,
There
and
might
then
be
probably you
something,
can,
it is,
yeah.
so it is okay then we have to cross check, but the search engine will get all the data, but it is our responsibility to go for
Exactly.
that.
So Google is a search engine for it, right?
of all.
So whatever you read on Google may not be true because different websites are uploading different stuff, right?
Okay.
So what you have to do is you should always go on the official website, like CDC, health related hai, to you should always go on CDC or Ministry of Health and Family Welfare or WHO. So cross-check, so you have to always do from official website. You should not always, blindly trust the data. Guys, hope you have filled this form. Any more questions?
I hope everyone has filled the form. Yeah? All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. May we have a round of applause? I think it was a very useful session. We got some hands-on tools as well. I would now like to invite Dr. Mukta Martolia, Associate Professor, SSMFE, to deliver a final word of thanks and conclude the session as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shrinkla. Now coming to the last session of today's national seminar, I have been given the one of the most toughest responsibilities for delivering vote of thanks. So I'll try my best to incorporate all the key components who have been a part of this, this huge event. So first and foremost, I would like to extend my thank you to our Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Sir, Honorable Vice-Chancellor and Registrar, Sir, for allowing us the freedom to organize such sessions. My humble gratitude to our resource persons for this workshop, Ms. Urvashi Kapoor and Ms. Devika Mehta, for enlightening us and our students with their abundance of knowledge on fact-checking. We would love to have such sessions in future. I would like to take a moment to thank our Dean, Professor Ritu Sood, for showing her faith on us for this seminar. Ma'am, your guidance and your continuous support, it always gives us the motivation to try to achieve higher. A heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed faculty members and staff for making today's event a great success. Professor Sanjeev Sood, Professor Dhruv Sabarwal, Professor Mehik Jonjua, Professor Rashid Hashmi, Professor Abhishek Anand, Mr. Amit Singh, Dr. Atul, Dr. Utsav, Dr. Rajni, Mr. Praveen Jain, Mr. Pradeep Pandey, Mr. Vipin, Mr. Sharad, and Mr. Ashraf Ali. Dr. Shrinkla, thank you for being an amazing host of today's event. Dr. Sonali and Dr. Kiran for managing the stage so seamlessly. All the student volunteers, I might miss a lot of names, but a strong thank you to all the students volunteer for for organizing today's event, an amazingly happened event, right? So name would not be suffice, but I would personally thank to Preet, to Ayush, to Mehul, and all the students who have been actually monitoring and taking care of all the students who are there in the audit today. Shishir sir hai na? So a special thank you to Dr. Shishir Kumar Singh for testing our limits, sir. So many times you actually test our limit, but believe me, you are an amazing co-convener. A special mention and a special thanks to the backbone of today's event, our coverage team and the IT team, Mr. Parvat Singh, Mr. Ashish Sonkar, Mr. Vikram Singh Chauhan, Mr. Rohit, Mr. Rajneesh, Mr. Bunty, and Mr. Sonu. A special mention to our admin staff, Mr. Sachin Gupta, Ms. Parumita, and Mr. Bachchan. And last but not the least, a sincere thank you to all the students who have been great part of this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your kind words. And with this, we are closing today's session. Thank you so much for being a patient and a wonderful audience. And a big round of applause for all of you to be here and for the team of Jagran New Media as well as the organizing team of SSMFE. Thank you so much, faculty members, for your constant support. Thank you so much, everyone.